Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this track is so new. They spent most of last year trying to learn it, then trying to master it. This year they've come in into this Hungarian GP, at least with a proper reference, and they can really attack it. This is one rider who's been very, very fast over the course of one lap, all the way through his Moto3 career, really, of course. Last year he had so many strong rides in Friday and Saturdays, but not so much on a Sunday. This year he's already a Grand Prix winner. David Almanza, of course, I'm talking about, the number 22, working this year with the Liquimoli Dynavolt Intact GP team, and Peter Ertl set up down there. So David Almanza finding his feet on KTM machinery and not finding the ideal line through that chicane over at turns 13 and 14. So works his way down into this really tricky, complex double apex left-hander incoming now. Fire it through and carry your speed all the way up this front straight, and David Almanza's not going to improve this time around, but fastest in the morning yesterday, third overall yesterday in the afternoon. Now Almanza's back.
Yeah, another good day. I enjoyed it yesterday in his interview that he joked about the target being able to start the race, which was quite a funny nod to his illness yesterday. Made a Patama, an early crasher down at turn 5. You can see that the Indonesian has got his bike back up and running. Must have been a little small tip off. I mean, fast enough, of course, but front end down at turn 5, as I mentioned, that is a corner that Marc Marquez was saying yesterday he was really struggling with. Of course, Marc struggling with that right shoulder, of course, but a tricky braking zone down at the end of the back straight. Good to see the bike isn't too damaged, and of course Vader is all okay.
It's the first real point that everyone funnels into, with the exception of turn 1. Keep an eye on turn 5 on the opening lap. It could be a little bit elbow to elbow and a bit tasty, but Vader Patama, you see he showers a load of rocks all over the place, and he'll come back into the pits. This is his teammate Zen Matani, who is now, courtesy again of Adjan Fernandez's disqualifications from the opening 6 Grand Prix. Zen Matani is a point scorer, but he'll want to do it on merit and in the top 15 for the checkered flag, not on someone being penalised elsewhere.
Yeah, the Japanese rookie, spoke to him a few times this year, and he is struggling in Moto3 so far this season. Just can't quite get comfortable, unfortunately. We know the talent he possesses is a Moto4 Asia Cup champion, so there's nothing wrong with any talent, just struggling for a bit of confidence, but that's natural as a rookie. He's not spent long in Europe as well. He was over here for the first time last season in the Moto Junior paddock, so yeah, just keep patience, I think, with Matani, and he's having the same attitude as well.
I think we're going to have a new lap record here, El. Let's see what David Almanza has got. Coming to the line, a 1:45.7. Oh, he's matched it. Brilliant. David Almanza has absolutely, to the 1,000th of the second, matched the previous lap record. Well, it's definitely going to go in the next 2 or 3 minutes, I'm absolutely sure. David Almanza then on lap record pace, quite literally, on Saturday morning. Great stuff from the 22 kilos. I think just making a bit of a Horlicks of that third sector. He comes across the line, he's lost a load of time, but didn't lose too much more in that fourth sector, so he's still pushing on very, very strongly indeed. David Munoz just behind, a sideways Max Kilos down in towards turn 1, and Matteo Bertelli, who is about to exit stage left, and indeed blows that apex at turn 1. Bertelli was 12th yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. This indeed was. So Bertelli finding his feet again here in Moto3. He's had that first podium back since injury. So just keep an eye on the number 18. What we see here, this is turns 1 into 2, and we have a look at David Munoz, the other half of Team Dave down there at Liquimoli Dynavolt. Oh, look at the front end chatter there. Oh, he did very well. No wonder he was a little bit alerted to it. Well, that front end was bouncing into the apex at turn 2.
Still set at 1:45.755 last time around, sorry, so it didn't affect him too much. Just some front end chatter going into turn 2. Nice little slow-mo shots coming out of the very tricky turn 1 before you flick it left, click it down the gearbox, as we saw David Munoz doing there into the second corner. David Almanza continues on his way, looking really strong here as the number 22, lapping alone as well. This is very promising for tomorrow morning.
How many times have we seen David Almanza go out and do laps on his own? Very Max Kiles-esque. Coming to the line, David Almanza, is it a lap record this time around? Yes, it is, a 45.630, a brand new lap record here at Balaton Park Circuit in Moto3. And Almanza works his way through turn 1, and really brilliant stuff this from Almanza. He's out there, as you say, on his own. He's not got any distractions, he's not got a reference as well. He's doing it all absolutely by himself. Good stuff. Let's see what Kilos can do. He's towing Munoz up to the line. Munoz goes second, just nudges Kilos back. So it's Liquimoli Dynavolt Intact GP 1-2 at the moment, with 17 minutes on the clock still to go, and there's red sectors already in sector 1 for David Almanza, so the pace is very, very good out there this morning.
3 clear standouts so far in FP2. David Almanza, of course, David Munoz and Max Quiles towing around Munoz, but Munoz, of course, is quick enough to stick on the rear wheel of Max Quiles. Those 3 are setting a pace that no one else can really match so far. The only riders in the 145s. Obviously, we've got 17 minutes left of this session. This is Rico Salmello. He's not going to set a 145 this time around, but Salmello was very pleased with his job done yesterday on that 27 KTM. Enjoyed the circuit here for the first time, of course. Had a good feeling on board that motor and rises to P6 in this session. He's directly into Q2 later on, so good showing yesterday and so far this morning as well from the fifth.
Yeah, back into Q2 directly via Friday practice for the first time since Catalonia, so that was 12th that time around. He was 10th yesterday morning, 8th in the afternoon, so double top 10 so far this weekend for Rico Salmello. Obviously this is a new track for him, it's a new track for most people, or at least they only have 1 year on it, so a good leveller for the Finn. Almanza to the line again. Is it going to be another fastest lap? Not this time, but so consistent, another 45.6 back to back, so Almanza's got some pace. We need to see Munoz and Quiles. They're on track together, just behind Almanza. They'll be coming to the line very, very soon, just coming through this final complex. Quiles and both him and Munoz are on course to improve time. Quiles' lap is going to go away because he touched the green. 45.4 it is, though, for David Munoz, who just moves those goalposts. Once again, we could be down to the 44s out. Maybe. Oh, he was backing it in. He was definitely backing it in, and he's backing it in a bit too much. David Munoz, well, got away with that one, and yeah, lifts his visor up for a bit of fresh air. Very, very lucky there.
Nice little wake-up call for David Munoz this morning down into the tricky turn 1. You can see early doors that rear end is backing it in, sliding it in. The front end then tries to go away as well, and wasn't as close as it looked to a crash, I don't think, for Munoz. Not the ideal way to enter into turn 1, and now loses his toe, of course, to Max Quiles, but he won't mind too much. He's followed to the championship leader for a few laps now. I think he'll just regather his emotions after that one and then go again for the rest of the 15 minutes.
Very fortunately, he was directly behind Max Quiles and not up the inside of Max Quiles when that moment happened there. So Munoz is all okay. He'll crack on with the rest of his day very, very soon indeed. Skips the chicane. We see riders often do that to save a bit of time in the session. As well, our drone picks him up coming through turn 17. This is Quiles. I think he's towing around his this is Almanza towing around his ex-teammate Adrian Fernandez. Almanza to the line, doesn't improve that time around. Where is Adrian Fernandez in this session? All the way down in 20th place. That's his championship position as well. So Adrian Fernandez 1.9 seconds off the pace at the moment. So I wonder if that penalty is just playing on his mind a little bit. I know he was very upset yesterday. Seems a bit better this morning, but it's going to be at the back of his mind. He'd had such a strong start to the year, as well, had Adrian Fernandez. Was on the podium, of course, over in Jerez, his home GP.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to be very difficult, especially this weekend, for Fernandez to try and put that to the back of his mind. Hopefully, as we mentioned earlier, Fernandez can just try and get his head down. The team can get around him and support him as well. And we know Fernandez is ferociously fast, was leading on the last lap in Mugello as well, before just getting a little bit beaten up on the last sort of half of the final lap over in Italy. But pretty sure Fernandez will be able to put that to the back of his mind eventually and still fight for podiums and more wins this season and climb up the order in the overall standings. Eddie O'Shea, a more difficult day yesterday for O'Shea after what was his best weekend in Moto3 over at Mugello. Misses Q2 on a Friday for the first time since Jerez when he was P20. Eddie O'Shea did say yesterday, though, that he has definitely the speed to try and recover from yesterday. I mean, obviously getting into the top 4 in Q1 is going to be pretty difficult. You've got podium finishers from last time out, Hakim Dinish and Brian Ariati in there. You've got Joel Esteban, who was P5 last time out over in Italy as well. Scott Ogden's used to being in Q2. Adrian Cruzes is always pretty quick as well. So it's going to be a good fight to get into Q2 later on in Q1. But O'Shea fancies himself, a lot of confidence gained from Mugello and the races leading up to that as well.
Right
as we see O'Shea in the gravel trap Not quite sure where that is. Fortunately, the British rider is all okay. But as we were just talking of his chances later on this afternoon, O'Shea hits the deck, unfortunately.
Commentator curse number 1 of the weekend for Elliot York. Very, very frustrating there for Elliot O'Shea. Down at turn 5, that's a tricky right-hander. I mean, it is all pretty flat round here. That one is slightly downhill. But turn 5 catches someone else out, and this time it is Eddie O'Shea. I think we're going to get a replay now. This is going to be a front end. It looks like he's pushing there, runs it into the corner, doesn't even make the apex.
Went very early, didn't it? Similar to Patama. Got a different angle, of course. I can't quite compare it too much, but a very similar crash to the Indonesian a few minutes ago. Both riders all okay, but maybe a slight knock to the confidence heading into qualifying later. Fingers crossed the bike isn't too damaged and O'Shea can get back out for another couple of laps to shake that off ahead of obviously Q1 coming up later on. These two, though, are continuing on their way. Superb pace this from the 28 of Keyless and, of course, Almanza too.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Keyless, a 1:45, 3:85 has just moved those goalposts another little bit. David Almanza looking to do the same. He's through the 3rd sector now. It's the 10th off of what Keyless has been able to do. And Adrian Fernandez looking at the back of his old teammate, not really able to keep with the number 22 at the moment. Coming through this 16 and 17 left-handers up the straights, Almanza will go. At the moment, he is 3rd. This is going to keep him 3rd unless he's done something special in the final sector, which he hasn't. And Keyless has likewise lost a little bit of time, but very, very consistent times from these two. They're not together on track, but they have been for a good portion of this season. The opening 2 Grand Prix, they were locked in combat and well up the road from everyone else. So I just wonder if we're going to get another Keyless Almanza show, just like in Buriram and Guyana.
Yeah, Chuck Munoz in there as well. As things stand, if the race was to start in 20 minutes time, it would be Keyless versus Munoz versus Almanza. Keyless backing it in nicely into turn 1, not quite spectacular as David Munoz keeps it nice and straight into turn 1 before flicking it left into turn 2. But I'm particularly impressed with Almanza here, Kiko. Obviously missed the race last time out with severe tonsillitis, was in hospital for a few days as well, hasn't had the ideal lead up into the Hungarian Grand Prix. First time here on a KTM as well. We know from this year that Almanza has gelled superbly with that KTM and embedded himself brilliantly into the new team. Intact are very happy with Almanza, but he's had his injury troubles this year, had illness last week as well, and he's arrived here at the circuit. Good save there from Alvaro Carpe into turn 2. But yeah, Almanza are really impressing here after a far from ideal lead up into the Grand Prix, and he's looking every bit as good so far as Keyless and his teammate Munoz.
He's impressed me this year already to come straight out the blocks with a brand new team, brand new bike. Of course, back on KTM machinery for the first time since he was in Junior GP, and really getting on with it. Race winner straight out the blocks. He's made an absolute mess of turn 16 that time around, though, so Almanza's lap is going to go away from him this time. But yeah, leading most of that race in Buriram, leading out all of the race in Guyana until he high-sided out, and then of course that fracture that kept him out of Kota, top 10 in Jerez, back on form in Le Mans. You've got to say that David Almanza's pace has been there. It's been an unfortunate opening 3rd of the season, even if it has been full of highlights. Oh, down on the ground, that's the 31, Adrian Fernandez. The weekend goes from bad to worse. That's at turn 1. That's an easy mistake to make. That'll be hard under braking down there into the 1st turn. And we're about to see this front end going and gone.
Yeah, very little warning as well there for Fernandez. As mentioned, turn 1, a lot of the riders were saying is a little bit more slippy compared to the rest of the circuit. Did get surfaced a few weeks prior to us getting going here at Balaton Park, but as you can see, Fernandez is all okay and back up on his way. No damage done really to the bike or rider, which is good news. But yeah, 3 crashes so far, all for Honda riders, clearly testing the limits, which is understandable, of course. And this is another rider who crashed yesterday, Alvaro Carpe, up to P4, but a little bit of time to make up if he wants to close in on the pace setters.
Also got to say, what we're seeing is Alvaro Carpe. Lost the front and saved it again. That's the 2nd front end moment he's had on the left-hand side of that front tyre. So Alvaro Carpe goes building sandcastles. That's over at turn 10, I think, that one. So Carpe loops back on, and here he is. He's still out there. yesterday, 2 crashes in about 2 minutes. But if I could just close off from Almanza, the other thing that's quite impressive is he's in an English-speaking team, German-Austrian team. His German is not, it's about as good as mine, as in terms of it doesn't exist. And his English is improving, but he is very shy in English. So the fact that he's able to communicate what he needs to the crew chief, Stefan Kirsch, is, you know, quite impressive as well at this early stage in his career in Moto 3.
Yeah, for sure. Been really impressed with how Almanza has adapted to new surroundings and the new bike as well, as we get some nice slow-mo shots of the riders doing their thing here at Balançon Park, just returning to the Carpe jet after we've seen him have a couple of moments. I did say that the crash yesterday didn't really affect his confidence. We saw Carpe have a quick one down into turn 9, the corner before we just had that big moment coming into turn 10, the part of the circuit where it gets really tight and technical through 9, 10, then the tight hairpin at 11 before you head into another chicane of 12 and 13 before it opens a little bit more through the fast kink of 14 and into the final sector. But Carpe was feeling pretty confident, said he has to make a couple of adjustments, was going to try a few things in free practice 2 this session, of course, before qualifying, but was happy to obviously get into Q2 directly, which is the most important thing on a Friday for everyone. I don't think anyone really cares about where they finish, as long as it's P14 or higher. You can obviously build on that and not have to worry about Q1, but don't count out Carpe. He's not showing the pace so far in this session, but was pretty confident that he could have a good result this weekend.
It's like we were saying though yesterday, Carpe came through from, what was it, the 5th row of the grid over in Barcelona and managed to get himself on the podium. You can't be qualifying all the way down there this weekend here at Balançon Park. It's way too tight, it's way too technical. Slipstream is almost non-existent. The front straight and the back straight, that's about it, and the longest one's only 600 metres, so you really cannot rely on a big gaggle of riders in Moto 3 round here like we saw in Mugello. You're gonna have to be at best on the front row, at worst front 2 rows. You really, even the 3rd row's a bit of a stretch too far around here.
Yeah, especially if, you know, the likes of Quiles, Munoz, Almanza are starting on the front 2 rows. You know, Carpe hasn't had an ideal time of qualifying in recent Grand Prix. Hasn't been on the front row since Jerez. Was 8th in France. Catalonia qualified P14 in Italy. Started from 12th, and that is Brian Ariarte in the kitty list.
It's finally happened for the Red Bull KTM IO team. They thought they'd got away with it, but Brian Ariarte, who's your most recent Moto 3 winner, he was having a really tricky weekend, and that front end went so early. He wasn't even near the apex then. So Brian Ariarte pushing on, and let's go with the bike. Saves himself. That bike ingests a load of rocks, and yeah, not a 5.6 for star that Ariarte was hoping for, I don't think there. But that's turn 12. That's on the run into the final chicane here, really, or the penultimate chicane. Not ideal for Brian Ariarte, but the track obviously in good nick. Everyone's pushing on, and because they're pushing on, mistakes are starting to creep in. So yeah, not ideal in FP2 for a crash at any point, let alone in the final 5 minutes, which we are now in. We're watching Nicola Carraro, who at the moment is down in 23rd place and not even on a personal best lap, 2.5 seconds off the pace. Another Honda has just moved up into the top 8. That's Keso Gorman. So Keso Gorman going very, very well indeed at the moment. So keep an eye on the Irishman. Adrian Fernandez returns to the track and rolls out. He's obviously just had a bit of a once-over on the bike, and nothing untoward this time around after that turn 1 tip-off, and goes through the scene of the crime to get on with the final 3.5 minutes of his FP2 session.
Yeah, we'll get one flight lap of this Adrian Fernandez to try and improve his time. Not that he'll be focusing on really setting a faster lap time, just heading out there and getting another lap on the board. Keisho Gorman, we rightly follow the Irishman. A really good day yesterday, P6 for the rookie. Was here last year in SIP 58 colours, replacing the injured Luca Lanetta, and it was the scene of O'Gorman picking up his first points in Moto 3. And obviously after yesterday, it's clear that O'Gorman likes it around Balançon Park, and he spent a lot of the time yesterday, he said, focusing on the race, but when it was time to engage time attack modes, the pace was there, the feeling was very good on that Honda. So fingers crossed for O'Gorman. He can have a strong qualifying and put himself in a good position to try and fight at the front. A podium at this stage looks pretty difficult for anyone apart from that top three, but of course that can change going into Sunday and of course qualifying as well.
Matteo Vitali's gone down. That looks like at turn 2. It's easy done, yes indeed it is. It's going to be a front ender, and about there, yeah, just lays it on its side and the front gives way, and Matteo Vitali, well, at least he's up on his feet. Not a problem for the number 18. Alessandro Tanucci's team are going to have a little bit of work to do then before qualifying. Nothing major. How many times have we seen turn 2? Catch riders out in all classes. Moto 3, Moto 2, Moto GP have got tight there last year in the Grand Prix. World Superbike, World Supersport. It's a real headache of a couple of corners here, and because everyone's so tentative through there, that's why we also see a lot of bunching and a lot of chaos down at turn 5, because it's the fastest top speed that we have here at Balaton Park. So just like I said earlier, keep an eye on that on that turn 5 come Grand Prix Sunday tomorrow, as we watch Alvaro Carpe working his way around and down towards, this is turn 13. Now we're looking at Ryusei Yamanaka and Cormac Buchanan. Cormac Buchanan's lap time has gone away. Buchanan's down in 17th anyway. Those lap times being cancelled for yellow flags. You see all the scrape marks out there. That's down in towards turns 12 and 13 and 14. A lot of scrape marks where the riders have been down.
Yeah, Buchanan, focusing on the New Zealander, was pretty happy with his pace essay and general feeling on the bike. Just missed out on the Q2 cut. We'll see his teammate Ruche Moulay directly into Q2, of course. But Buchanan was pretty pleased with how he was feeling in terms of long run pace essay. Didn't quite hook up the time attack lap at the end of practice yesterday afternoon, but the New Zealander was sounding pretty positive, which was good news.
Checkered flag being made ready. 45 seconds to go until we get the end of Moto 3 FP2. Valentin Peroni's lap time has been cancelled due to track limits. I was just about to say about Max Keeler's 2 red sectors to the opening half of this Balaton Park circuit. So Max Keeler's is absolutely flying, and I'll tell you what, he's not going to quite get across the line in time to get another lap in, but Keeler's on the pace. Ruche Moulay out of shape coming through 16 and 17. It's a very strong Friday and Saturday thus far for the South African. In 8th place at the moment, gets another lap in as well as we work our way down towards turn 1. Keeler's though is in that final sector. He's coming through the final couple of corners. Now he's the number 28, and he is going to be moving the goalpost once more. Setting a new lap record, is he? Of course he is. A 45.148. The timing graphic gave him a 125 for a moment there. Not quite this time around for Keeler. That would be a step too far. Takes a checkered flag as well and knocks another quarter of a second off of his best lap time and the all-time lap record here at Balaton Park. Keeler's in a class of his own.
Yeah, that's a little gauntlet laid down by the championship leader, isn't it? After a disappointing Mugello, Keeler's has come out firing here at Balaton Park, and to set a new lap record on 17-lap-old tyres that race tomorrow is 20 laps. So not quite full race distance, but not far off it at all. And for Keeler's to set that sort of pace at 145.148 is pretty superb, and a bit of a message to say catch me if you can. Of course, qualifying can change things if Keeler doesn't qualify on the front 2 rows. We've got a bit more work to do on Sunday, but that is a statement from Keeler's.
Improvement from Cormac Buchanan, and New Zealander moves up into 14th place, so joins his teammate in the top 14 of FP2, but really could have done with doing that yesterday afternoon to get himself directly into Q2. In the end, Peroni moves through as well. That's 14th for Peroni, who's still just not quite there, is he, in the first thing in the morning, Friday or Saturday at the moment. So Valentin Peroni, a little bit of work to do down there for the Red Bull KTM Tech 3 squad, and 14th and 1.4 seconds off. We're taking Ruche Moulay up to the line now. As I said, great job by the South African. 8th place it is going to be at the end of this session. I don't see anyone else really on any kind of improved times. I think that is about it. Keeler's, Munoz and Almanza out as it was for the majority of this session, locking out your top 3 places, and the gaps don't really tell the story. Keeler's did find something right towards the end there. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, the last lap from Almanza was a 46.2 1.37. So that would still put Almanza in around the lower ends of the top 10, but Almanza's pace, not sure how much the 22 is pushing, of course, compared to Keyless. But Almanza's pace just dropped off slightly at the end. Keyless' pace dropped the other way into the realms of the lower 145. It's brilliant stuff from the 28.
Just want to talk about some riders outside the top 3 if I can. Carpe 4th, already through into Q2, of course, but a bit further down the field. Fernandez 5th there as well. Good session from Salmela and Moodley and O'Gorman, as we said. Rios back in the top 10. Further down the field, riders who would have wanted a little bit more. The likes of Ada Patama, Scott Ogden and Hakeem Danish, 20th, 21st and 22nd. Not an ideal start to Saturday for them.
No, work to do for some of the riders heading into this afternoon. Not so much work to do really for Max Keyless. Nico Stroll very, very pleased, and Keyless will be much more pleased sitting down in that chair compared to where he was 6 days ago when we saw him very frustrated in that exact position at the end of play on Sunday. But yeah, some work to do for the riders a little bit low down. Only 6 laps completed for Veda Pratama. That's unfortunate for the Indonesian. We saw him get back up on his bike, but clearly there was a bit more damage there than what met the eye to us and you guys at home. So fingers crossed, Pratama isn't affected too much. He doesn't have to worry about Q1. He was second yesterday, which is good news. But yeah, an interesting session. The gaps are quite big. A second from Brian Uriarte in P6 up to Keyless in P1. So good news for Keyless. Not so good news for the riders who are chasing podiums and aiming for victories, of course, as well.
Yeah, not at all. It definitely keeps them interested, though, when they've got to have a look at Max Keyless, who is up at the top. I'm fairly sure we're going to see a 144 later on come qualified. Munoz in second, Almanza third. Carpe Fernandez, as I said, completing the top 5. Decent stuff from Brian Uriarte, who makes it Spain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 in this FP2 session here at the Hungarian GP for Moto 3. Guido Pini there in 11th, just ahead of Marco Morelli. Adrian Crusoe's in 13th. And Valentin Peroni, a late lap, improving himself up to 14th place. Eddie O'Shea, Joel Kelso, just a little bit more difficult perhaps this weekend in Hungary than it was in Italy last time out. And what is going on with Ryusei Yamanaka? Down in 23rd place. He's the last KTM. He's 4th from the bottom of the Moto 3 FP2 standings. And with that, Moto 3 comes to a close. Moto 2 is warming up. And as ever, that means that Lewis Sotheby has already moved into comms. He's joining El York up here. Moto 2 FP2 on Saturday morning here at the Hungarian GP. Enjoy.
Good morning, everybody, from a beautiful sunny Balaton Park. Saturday at the Hungarian Grand Prix. This is round 8 of the MotoGP World Championship as we tick past the 1/3 point in the season now. Where has all the time gone? The MotoGP World Championship, which has very much been Aprilia dominated. Although the Noali factory, although they were playing a little bit of catch-up on day 1 yesterday, as Pedro Acosta set the way for KTM. As we've already seen in Moto 3 this morning, it's looking very good for the World Championship leader, Max Keyless, who threw a bit of a marker down to his opposition in FP2 moments ago. And championship leaders laying a marker down would definitely fit the bill in Moto 2 as well so far, as we get set for their 3rd track session of the weekend. With practice yesterday has already determined who will move through to qualifying 2. And moving through with the greatest of ease was Manu Gonzalez. The World Championship leader by 34.5 points looks in red hot form here in what is an increasingly hot Hungary. Gonzalez yesterday quickest by a couple of tenths of a second over last year's Balaton winner David Alonso, looking like he's in the mix and has at the very least half a chance of challenging for back-to-back Balaton wins. As far as the other World Championship front runners were concerned, though, very much mixed fortunes. Ethan Guevara, second in the World Championship. He is into Q2, 11th yesterday, but did have his fair share of problems. Third in the World Championship, Celestino Vietti. His problems had a much greater impact on his overall result. Vietti down in 18th place yesterday, and he is your heavyweight rider going through qualifying 1 later on. Certainly looks like Vietti's got pace to be much higher up the order than he ultimately was yesterday, but his motorcycle unfortunately wouldn't run in the latter stages, which left him in a spot of bother at the end of our opening day of running. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York, as always, with you for Moto2 free practice action. FP2 on the way. Good morning to you, Elt. Good morning to David Alonso, who certainly has given his Aspar team, his fans, and more to the point himself, hope that he could potentially challenge for back-to-back wins here.
Yeah, exactly. Good morning, mate. Hello to everyone tuning in, and hello to that young lad there sporting a very cool Ralph Fernandez number 25 cap. Good to see the fans here in Hungary, and good to hear and see David Alonso sounding a lot more positive than he has done in recent events. Mugello was going okay until Sunday, really, for Alonso. Tyre woes unfortunately disrupted his running over at the Italian Grand Prix and meant that he didn't score any points, losing crucial ground, of course, to not quite the runaway leader in Moto2, but he's stretching his lead somewhat, over 30 points now ahead of Ethan Guevara. But Alonso was Gonzalez's closest challenger yesterday and sounded positive, which is good news. No issues with the shoulder injury that he's been using, not using an excuse, but it's been troubling him for the last couple of Grand Prix. So yeah, so far, so good for Alonso. Of course, won here last year, but he did say that, you know, the bike's a bit different. I'm a different rider. Everyone else is performing differently as well. So we can't really go off last year from what Alonso was saying in comparison to this season. But what we can say is Alonso has had a better Friday than he has done in recent events. Obviously today, absolutely crucial for Alonso to try and qualify on the front row primarily, but top 2 rows is absolutely essential, you feel, if the likes of Manu Gonzalez, the likes of Philip Salax we've just seen on the screens as well, both of those guys are sounding really positive as well. So Alonso qualifying crucially. He hasn't qualified on the front row since his, well, it was a pole position, then got taken away, so he hasn't started on the front row since Brazil. Of course, did have pole position in Austin before it suddenly wasn't. So yes, front row top 6 is absolutely essential for Alonso today, but first and foremost, FP2, 30 minutes of dialing in your Sunday pace.
Yeah, and with the conditions pretty similar to this expected now for the rest of the weekend, we're pretty hopeful and confident that we're going to have sunny, stable conditions, sunny through today and for much of tomorrow. These conditions quite representative of how the race is going to go tomorrow, so important to maximise this 30-minute session coming up. Both the Aspar riders pretty happy with life yesterday. Dani Holgado was 8th overall, as you saw there on screens, 5th in the World Championship, moved back ahead of his teammate Alonso in the points with his near podium. Well, his podium finish last weekend. He was very nearly not a podium, of course, when he came under intense late pressure from Senna, Agius. Holgado feeling much better here than he did last year when he finished in 9th place. Like David Alonso last year, it was a poor opening lap for Dani Holgado, and whilst David Alonso launched a rousing recovery from his poor lap, Dani Holgado didn't quite do the same in a very strong rookie season otherwise for the 96, and I think we're keen to see a trouble-free session and 30 minutes to really understand where this young man is at, El, because when he was on the racetrack and the bike was working properly, Ethan Guevara was pretty quick. We just didn't see enough of him yesterday.
No, exactly that. An outlap crash in FP1 set the tone, really, unfortunately, for Ethan Guevara yesterday. He did manage to qualify straight into Q2, which was good, and as you rightly point out, Lewis, when he was out there, when he was feeling better, he was quick and quickly rose to the top of the standings. Okay, got bumped down in the latter stages. Did say that a component on the handlebar broke in FP1. That's what caused his crash down at turn 5. But in general, and we saw this yesterday, Ethan Guevara getting very frustrated towards the end of FP1 and in practice as well. Saw him sat in the box for a bit too long as well. Was struggling with that front feeling on the break, something he complained about over at the Italian Grand Prix as well, something that plagued his teammate Alberto Ferrandis in qualifying over at Mugello as well. So hopefully they're not linked. It seems like they potentially are, though. The Blue Crew, Pramac, Yamaha Moto 2 boys and girls down there working super hard to try and eradicate those issues. You don't ever want any issues, mechanical or technical, but especially on the front end and the front brake, because if you have some issues on the front ends, you don't need me to tell you that you're not going to be feeling too confident, especially into the heavy braking zone. So fingers crossed Guevara can get a nice and easy 30 minutes under his belt without any issues, work towards Sunday, and then go for qualifying as well, because we want to see the top guys at the top of the standings. Guevara has good pace, just needs to have a smooth run of things today and try and forget about the front end issues that he's been experiencing the last couple of Grand Prix.
We saw Celestino Vietti there, third in the World Championship, the number 13, very much an unlucky 13 yesterday. Was Chile. 18th he was overall. We did wonder, didn't we, as we were watching practice unfold live, why Vietti was sat in the pits just watching his name tumble down the order and ultimately out of qualifying too. He did ultimately have a very good excuse. Technical problems on his Boscoscuro in the latter stages kept him in the pits. So of course crucial that he does get through that Q1 session, because Vietti will know better than anybody, having qualified down in 23rd here last year and then was taken out at the first corner, that he's got to get through that Q1 session. But it does appear, certainly from the evidence yesterday, that Celestino is in a little bit of a false position.
Yeah, for sure. He was saying that. Yeah, so overall it was a positive day, said the Italian, but some technical issues. Obviously don't know exactly what they were. Teams are very, very tight-lipped, tell their riders to do not say a word about what technical issues do arise. But yeah, some form of issue, unfortunately for Vietti, another Bosco rider who will be hoping that those issues are forgotten about, left on Friday and not coming into Saturday. But it is Q1 that boasts some fast riders, including this rider, Alonso Lopez. Joe Roberts is down outside the top 20. Denis Onchu, he was P10 last time out over in Italy. He was outside the top 20 as well. We've got Aaron Canet, who finished P15 yesterday as well. I'm not saying Vietti isn't going to get through. Of course, we've not got a crystal ball. We don't know what's going to happen, but fully expecting Vietti to be going through, as Lewis rightly mentions. It's not like he was down there in 18th because he was slow. It's because he had a technical issue and couldn't get out during the time attack. So Vietti, I think, with the experience he has, the back-to-back podiums so far this season, he's riding a bit of a crest of a wave, especially after, of course, standing on the podium at his home Grand Prix last time out at Mugello after a phenomenal Sunday performance. But he won't want to be qualifying down in P16. Different at Mugello, lots of slipstream, plenty of overtaking. It was a fast-flowing circuit, pretty much the exact opposite here at Balaton Park. Qualifying down in P16, you can forget about finishing on the podium.
Also Lopez, who we saw in the Cassini box a moment ago, also likely to be a big threat in that Q1 session. Lopez was down in 19th yesterday and struggled more than he expected. Here comes Tony Arbolino to his Fantic Calyx. Of course, we saw the two Fantics battling with each other for a place in Q2 last weekend in Mugello in that Q1 session. Well, they're both in Q2 this time. Arbolino 12th, Baltus in 13th place. FP2 is underway. 30 minutes coming up, where I'm sure some will see this as a bit of a dress rehearsal for qualifying. Certainly in the latter stages we might see a little bit of that, particularly those who are going through Q1 and have been struggling with their time attack pace so far. Q1 includes this young man, Angel Piqueras, who we welcome back to Moto 2 this weekend after breaking his femur and injuring his ankle back in Austin, Texas. And I think it's a relief to both of us to see him out on track this morning, given the circumstances of when we last saw him.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Angel Piqueras, a very warm welcome back and impressive, to be honest. Yesterday, finishing only 1.3 seconds off the new all-time lap record set by Manu Gonzalez yesterday. I don't think Piqueras or the team could have expected too much more than that, and Piqueras said yesterday he was just thankful and very pleased to be back on the bike, and this weekend is all about gaining a bit more confidence and mileage. Of course, visiting here for the first time on a Moto 2 bike.
And to escape that crash at turn 7 too.
And to escape that crash at turn 7 for sure, because it was a big one. Sort of the rear end came round and he barrel rolled a few times, of course, through the gravel trap as well. So yeah, Piqueras gingerly got back upon his feet, understandably so. Even if you hadn't broken your femur and your left ankle a couple of months ago, you'd be getting up pretty gingerly from that off. So thankfully, Piqueras is back out there, and of course just needs to have a clean weekend, get through it unscathed, as we mentioned yesterday, and then of course Brno and Assen coming up an exciting double header. Beras can maybe show a little bit more, but expectations of course from us, I'm sure fans and the team are not high, not because we're not expecting Beras to do anything because of his speed, but because such a tough injury to come back from. We've seen it with David Munoz, we've seen it with Fermin Aldeguer, to name 2 riders who have recently broken their femur, the biggest bone in your body, the worst one to break in terms of recovery time in your legs anyway. So yeah, a really tough injury come back for Beras, and it's actually fantastic to see him already back out there after a couple of months off. So yeah, fingers crossed for Beras, he can have a decent qualifying today, get through tomorrow, and then obviously progress further.
It's a process, isn't it, for Angel Beras? In many respects, he's doing some testing in very public situations in the Grand Prix environment. So I think we have to give him a little bit of time to get himself up to speed and just build up that strength again. It was noticeable, wasn't it, when we saw him in the paddock earlier on in the weekend, now how thin his legs look, given that he is, I guess, having to try and bulk up for life in Moto2, but of course won't be able to do much training at all, given the nature of his injury to basically each end of his left leg. So we follow Denis Onchu now, coming through one of the several chicanes on this Balaton circuit. That was through turns 9 and 10, and now into the left-hand hairpin of 11. Onchu said, we know the problem at the end of yesterday, although he wasn't coming forth and telling us publicly what the problem was, but we do understand that it's a lack of turning generally on board that Boscoscuro that Onchu was suffering with. Much more positive though for his teammate Aaron Canet, who did miss out on qualifying 2 by 1 place and 0.2 of a second, but essentially used yesterday's session as a bit of a private, personal testing exercise, working on his own riding style, and finally starting to make some positive noises about his adaptation to the Boscoscuro again.
Yeah, the 44 said yesterday that he understood some things with his riding style and made a step forward in general. Of course, disappointed to miss out on a top 14. That would have been nice for Canet. He ended up missing out by nearly 0.2 of a second in the end. Jose Antonio Rueda, the rider who finished in P14. Great job from the reigning Moto3 world champion to gain automatic Q2 entry for the first time ahead of the 5-time Moto2 winner Aaron Canet. So yeah, we've heard this a couple of times before, haven't we, on a Friday? Canet feeling more positive, then we'll hear Onchu feeling more positive. Onchu had a decent weekend over the Mugello, as I mentioned, finishing inside that top 10. But it looks like this weekend it's Canet who's feeling more comfortable on that Boscoscuro. Eventually, both of them are going to work it out, and hopefully it's pretty soon, because it's a team that we want to see at the front. They're used to fighting at the front, and 2 riders who have race-winning pedigree and are constant threats to the podium in years gone by. So fingers crossed Canet and Onchu can figure it out and be more consistent soon enough. But Canet will be fancying his chances in Q1 to get into Q2.
In terms of what we saw more broadly yesterday, the sort of deeper analysis of practice, who's looking particularly good? Well, I guess the best way of judging that is looking at how many 140s everyone did. Of course, fastest lap time of the day yesterday, Manu Gonzalez, who was able to put in a 140.229. That was, of course, the extreme end of how quick they were going on. Soft tyres, low fuel, thinking about qualifying. If you look at the pre-weekend favourites, I guess Ethan Guevara would be one of them. He was able to put in 4 laps yesterday in the 1 minute 40s. Ivan Ortola, of course, chased Manu Gonzalez for a lot of the race in Italy. He was able to put in 4 himself. We saw 3 140s from Senna Aegis. We saw 1 apiece from Colin Vire, Danny Holgado, and also from David Alonso, whose sole 140 was the lap that put him ultimately up in 2nd place. Danny Munoz was able to put in 4 laps in the 140s, but I think the stark reality for the Moto2 field and the hill they've got to climb if they're going to beat the World Championship leader this weekend is the fact that Manu Gonzalez was able to put in 9 laps in the 1 minute 40s. He is not just faster than the field over 1 lap, he can repeat it and repeat it.
Yeah, a bit of a mark on it. That was the essay from Gonzalez, the first time that he's topped FP1 and practice in the afternoon as well, and just looks so comfortable. He said his main strength yesterday were these tight chicanes. He said he's got a super agile on a fast bike through the tight, sort of flicking it left and right, or flicking it right then left. He's feeling super comfortable. Actually, he mentions that sometimes he's almost too quick because the front end rises on a couple of occasions, and you don't want that when you're changing direction. It can easily cause a crash. But Gonzalez was oozing confidence yesterday after back-to-back wins in different circumstances. First in Catalonia, then in Mugello, where he handed it to everyone basically, didn't he? It was the clear runaway victor over in Mugello, and has landed at Balaton Park in a completely different layout, a track that he didn't win at last year. It was in that fantastic victory fight that it was eventually won by David Alonso. Diogo Moreira, of course, in that battle as well. Gonzalez eventually finished P3, but yesterday Gonzalez was very confident and looked like the Gonzalez we've seen this year, mainly on a Sunday. The Gonzalez we saw last year on a Friday a lot was the Gonzalez we saw yesterday, and he's sounding like he's got a fantastic base setup now on that Kalex Triumph machine. And as you rightly point out, the pace yesterday was pretty sublime from Gonzalez, and he is going to be, as always, so far this season, a very tricky customer to beat for the chasers come Sunday. We're going to learn a little bit more in the final 20 or so minutes in this session. The pace at the front is looking pretty tight at this moment, but the rider on your screen, the World Championship leader, of course, a lot of things going on in the background, a lot of noise about his future as well. He's trying to ignore all that, and when he puts his visor down, he isn't thinking about that one bit. He's fully concentrated on trying to win this Moto2 Championship. What will come will come. If it's MotoGP or not, he hasn't got any control over that. In terms of off the bike, what he can do is continue to win races on the bike, and he's looking well on course to be able to challenge for that again this weekend.
He was on pole position last weekend, on his way to victory in Mugello, and it feels like qualifying 2 later on. Well, Q1 and Q2, particularly Q1 for the likes of Celestino Vietti, are going to be the most important of the season. I spoke to Pecco Bagnaia yesterday around the MotoGP matters, and he said for him, season Q1, it's the most important Q1 of the season for him. If you qualify poorly around here, that's with due respect to what David Alonso did last year when he came from 11th on the first lap to win the race. It's generally so difficult to overtake around here. I was watching this man, Danny Holgado, a lap ago when he was up behind Luca Linetta's Speed RS Boscoscuro, and he tried to lunge at him up the inside into turn 15, the final of the chicanes on this lap. And just by purely trying to outbrake him and get alongside him, he couldn't get it stopped, had to run straight through the chicane. So difficult to actually get alongside, because the straights from one chicane to the next aren't particularly long here, so it's not easy to pick up the kind of slipstream, get a run on someone to get alongside. So you do really have to force it for a long way back, which makes it very difficult to get your bike stopped into these sort of chicanes. So qualifying and getting yourself on the front 2 rows is a minimum, ideally on the very front row. Perhaps more important around here than at any other circuit through the calendar.
Yeah, you'd say so. And as you mentioned, speaking to Pecco yesterday, and a lot of the riders saying that qualifying around here, as we know, to be honest, wherever we go, but especially around a circuit like this, that a lot of the riders do enjoy. It has to be said. It's not everyone's favourite, of course, from probably a fans and journalist perspective, but a lot of the riders do say, including MotoGP riders, got to say, apart from Pecco Bagnaia, who was very forthcoming in not enjoying this Balaton Park circuit, to put it mildly. But a lot of the Moto2 and Moto3 riders yesterday were saying how much they enjoyed it. Of course, Moto2 riders, some of them here for the first time. Senna Aegis, one of those as well. He was inside the top 10 yesterday. But qualifying, for sure, absolutely crucial. And you've got probably about 3 proper overtaking opportunities. One is into turn 1, of course, where Barry Bowers is just moving through, and the current pace setter in this session, Danny Holgado, is just moving through there. And then you've got turn 5, the end of the back straight, and then you've got probably turn 9, where the race was won by David Alonso this time last year, coming out of the fast section of 7 and 8. Before the sort of first of 3 chicanes towards the end of the lap. And the rest is sort of one line. You could argue turn 15 is a potential overtaking opportunity as well. But looking at the track and looking from the races last year, only 3 real opportunities, and even into turn 1 you've got to get it absolutely spot on, because it's a heavy braking zone down to less than 100 k's per hour, which is where Senna Aegis is now, and you can easily run wide. And the riders can easily get a cutback through turn 2 as well. So a tricky track to nail and a tricky track to pass on as well.
What's going to make turn one particularly difficult as an overtaking opportunity is it's been freshly resurfaced. They resurfaced a couple of areas at this Balaton circuit very, very recently as since the World Superbike round, which was less than a month ago here in Hungary. So turn one and turn 6, which is just on the exit of the second of those real overtaking opportunities. The hairpin of 5, it's quite greasy and quite slick through there. Not because they've done a bad job with the resurfacing, but because it is quite fresh surfaced tarmac, so it hasn't really been treated properly, hasn't quite bedded in yet. And so we did see a few MotoGP riders yesterday speaking of that, about how easy it was to potentially tuck the front and going hot into turn 1. Jack Miller said that, again, if you're starting deep in the pack, it's going to be a real problem getting through there. Problem for Alberto Ferrandis down at turn 11, who's had a bit of a mishap. He's in the long lap penalty up there. Not the moment that I wanted to talk about Alberto Ferrandis, because he did have his best day in Moto2 yesterday. A bit of a blot on his coffee book this morning, though.
Yeah, Tony Arbolino did well to not be a little bit further around the corner, otherwise he might have been taken out by a stricken Ferrandis. A simple enough crash down there at turn 11. We saw lots of front-end crashes in Moto 3, didn't we? Didn't see too many crashes yesterday in different conditions, of course, but obviously in FP2 the pace has hotted up, the riders are more comfortable, conditions are better, so the riders feel like they can push. But yeah, plenty of front-end crashes. I think we had 4 or 5 in Moto 3. That's the first one in Moto 2, and Ferrandis, of course, has to take his bike to the service road to try and restart it. Doesn't look like there was too much damage, which is good news, but Ferrandis did have a really good day yesterday. Was saying he was fast and comfortable straight away in FP1, and that carried through into practice in the afternoon as well. Had a little bit of a helping hand, it's got to be said, for Manu Gonzalez, but no matter who you've got in front of you, you've still got to put down the lap and stick with Gonzalez, and that's exactly what Ferrandis did. So take nothing away from Ferrandis. P5 is probably where about he was yesterday, so a real top job from the rookie to be the lead Boston rider yesterday.
Yeah, and his best lap, even though he was behind Manu Gonzalez, wasn't exactly on brand new fresh tyres either. He'd put a few laps on those Pirellis by the time he set a 140.675 to go 5th. Second Q2 appearance for Ferrandis, second in the last 3 Grand Prix, in fact, for the rookie, as Danny Holgado's sending a bit of a message here. Don't forget about me this morning. We've already seen the Moto3 all-time lap record broken this morning at Moto2, as Holgado sets the fastest lap of the weekend and the fastest Moto2 lap ever here.
Good day so far for Aspar after Max.
Second Q2 appearance for Ferrandis, second in the last 3 Grand Prix, in fact, for the rookie, as Danny Holgado's sending a bit of a message here. Don't forget about me this morning. We've already seen the Moto3 all-time lap record broken this morning at Moto2, as Holgado sets the fastest lap of the weekend and the fastest Moto2 lap ever here.
Good day so far for Aspar after Max Quiles topped Moto 3 FP2, and Holgado is currently over 6 tenths clear of Barry Bautas, and the rest, of course, chasing in this FP2 session in Moto 2. A nice little marker laid down here as Colin Vire then reduces the deficit, but still not far off 4 tenths shy is Colin Vire to his fellow sophomore rider Danny Holgado. So this is really impressive so far from Holgado. Had a decent day yesterday, was quite enough though down in P8. He said he was feeling a lot better than he was here last year, but clearly in this FP2 session they've either found something, or he's just feeling a lot more confident in the less windy conditions. Should mention that yesterday that a lot of the riders were complaining about the wind that picked up yesterday. David Alonso was one of those, Manu Gonzalez was another one, who were both suggesting that it made things very, very tricky in the afternoon session compared to the morning session. Setups were needed to be changed, and it was difficult coming into some sections where the wind was really causing a bit of havoc. So less wind today, and clearly that's helping Holgado, and obviously overnight they've done some homework in the Aspar box, and the 96 is looking very good here.
Well, his teammate David Alonso was shortcutting the chicane down at turns 9 and 10, which, as El mentioned earlier on, was where Alonso secured victory last year with that lunge on Manu Gonzalez. He was quite often overtaking into turn 1-2, but the rear tyre of his Calyx nearly overtook the front there. See the rear completely locked up as he was pleading that bike to stop before he ended up into the gravel trap. Yeah, turn 1 last year where we saw him overtake Jake Dixon. We also saw him overtake Diogo Moreira. And then turn 9 on the very last lap from quite a long way back to lunge through Manu Gonzalez. And not necessarily criticising David Alonso here, because he has been unlucky, but think you'd have got very long odds if you'd said when David Alonso secured victory on the final lap here last year that we'd arrived back at Balaton nearly a year later, and that's still his sole victory in the class.
You wouldn't have found anyone, I don't think, in the paddock and fans watching in around the world as well that would have thought that was be Alonso's last victory. As we've mentioned before, and as Lewis rightly picks up, that it's not all his fault. He's had some things out of his control, especially this season, that has made him not finish on the podium first and foremost, but also fight for a win. Austin really springs to mind, of course, when he stuck it on pole position and then had to start from P17 and did come all the way through to finish P4 in the red flagged race over at the Grand Prix of the United States. But yes, we mentioned this yesterday, didn't we, Lewis, and we spoke about it coming into the weekend, and after the pointless weekend that Alonso suffered in Mugello, feels like a big one at Balaton Park. Scene of his victory, of course, last year. Okay, different conditions, different season, a lot can change in a year in motorcycle racing, and Alonso referenced that yesterday, but has to have a good result, you feel, this weekend if the likes of Gonzalez, as he's looked to be doing, especially yesterday, is looking good again and is in the podium fight, which we fully expect Gonzalez to be. Even if Gonzalez is picking up top fives at this stage, Alonso needs to be chipping away at that lead pretty rapidly ahead of the summer break. 71.5 points down is David Alonso in P6 in the overall standings, the highest placed rider without a podium so far in Moto2. Apart from Mugello, he's been very consistent, and as I say, had a bit of bad luck at times, but this does feel like a big one for the Colombian to try and stand on the podium, and even better, try and get a first win of the season to really kick-start his season.
Even at this stage of the season, trailing by 71.5 points, nobody has ever won a Moto2 World Championship from as far back as that. Diogo Moreira set a new record last year, but he came from around 60 points back on Manu Gonzalez, and that was after 5 or 6 rounds of the season. This is now round 8, so it's not beyond David Alonso to still get himself into title contention from there, but he's going to have to do plenty of winning, and I guess hope that Manu Gonzalez has a bit of a drop-off from the form that he's in, and there is no immediate sign of that at the moment. What kind of body language do we have this time from Ivan Guevara in the blue crew box? Bit of a nod this time, rather than a furious and rather forlorn shake of the head. Good little run there, wasn't there, with a succession of high 140s. Kind of pace we're seeing out on the track at the moment. Manu Gonzalez last lap was a 140.9. He's now coming to the pits. Danny Holgado, he's currently circulating. He's done a couple of slow laps, but he's also generally lapping in the high 140s at the moment, low 141s. In fact, he's just done a 141.0 on his last lap, so that would indicate that the sort of race pace we'll be expecting tomorrow are in those high 40s, certainly in the early stages, and then into the 141s as we go through the Grand Prix. Got to say, Iki Ayo will be liking a look at his FP2 session, won't he? Colin Byer up in second place on a 140.5. Jose Antonio Rueda third on a 140.6. So I hope neither of those riders are the cause of the yellow flags, because we'll have majorly put the mockers on them there. No, it's a crash for Jacob Ralston, who's lost the visor there, and is either indicating that something's happened beyond his control or indicating that another rider was involved there. Ralston rather angrily trudging away from the scene of the crash down at turn 3.
Yeah, Ralston currently completed 6 lap session and 7.3 down, and that is not the pace that Ralston has. He was only a couple of seconds away from the all-time lap record yesterday. Clearly not happy with that Alex triumph that he's riding for the first time this weekend. Of course, rides a Bostascuro over in the Moto2 European Championship. Yeah, a bit of a strange one. We saw the end of the crash. Good to see Ralston back up on his feet, of course, but clearly not happy with what's going on, and 7.3 seconds away. Clearly some issues on that bike for the number 22.
Yes, so returning to the Red Bull KTM Ayo squad, who at the moment neither of their riders are in danger of improving, Via and Rueda, but they are setting pretty competitive lap times out there on the racetrack. Rueda's best in this morning session of 140.6, which is a third of a second quicker than he went yesterday, when he did make automatic Q2 for the first time. Of course, we've already seen Via challenge at the very front of a Moto2 race this year, and we've already seen him challenge at the very front of a Moto2 race here in Hungary. He did it last season, but further evidence that the Moto3 world champion, Jose Antonio Rueda, is figuring Moto2 out.
Yeah, he's coming, isn't he? The number 98, the reigning Moto3 title winner, which is great to see. It was always going to take a little bit of time after what unfolded at the end of last season, but Rueda is beginning to step into Moto2 with a bit of venom, and P13 last time out after starting the race from P21 was 12th over in Catalonia as well, so back-to-back points finishes for the first time in Moto2, and he's looking well on course to do that again this weekend, up inside that top 3 as things stand, and as Lewis mentioned, straight into Q2 as well. Vi said yesterday that he just has to find a little bit more in terms of race rhythm and a bit of pace, but he described it as a good day. They've got a good base setup on that KTM on that side of the box. So yeah, obviously as things stand, it looks like Via has found a little bit more in terms of pace. Okay, he won't want to be 4 tenths away pretty much from Danny Holgado, but P2, not a bad job done so far from Colin Via, who is looking strong again. Was that a bit of a moment coming through turn 12 for Ivan Artola, I think that was, on one of the MSI Calyx machines, but yeah, Nicky I will certainly be liking what he's seeing. Great to obviously have one side of the box in Colin Via doing well already this season, and on the other side of the box taking a bit more time, but really getting into the groove now is Jose Antonio.
Lopez up to second, Baltas up to fourth. They split the IO machines. Ivan Artola, who I was hoping we'd see at some point in this morning's session, here he is. Up into 6th place after a bit of misfortune or a bit of an oversight, so we say, in the MSI box pre-race in Mugello last weekend. Saw him run out of gas, but he certainly hasn't run out of talent as Ivan Artola. And if you believe the rumours and reports that are flying around this paddock, there is a long queue of Moto2 teams trying to seek his signature for next year.
Yeah, the Italian broadcaster Sky have reported that there's quite a few teams that are after Ivan Artola's signature. Of course, Artola not linked, and we do believe that pretty much everyone is sorted now in terms of who's going to MotoGP. Obviously, the rumours surrounding this rider, Manuel Gonzalez, continue, but Ivan Artola is a wanted man in the Moto2 paddock, and you can understand that as well. He's quietly gone about his business so far this season, as Artola was in the battle for a podium, of course, last time in Mugello before something out of his control cost Ivan a definite chance of finishing on the podium, and who knows, maybe challenging for the win in the latter stages as well. But it was looking like Gonzalez had that all under control. But a podium was certainly on the cards for Artola last time out. P4 over in Barcelona, the podium in Le Mans as well, was 4th at the opening Grand Prix in Thailand. So yes, there's been some rumours circulating that potentially the Moven team offering quite a hefty amount of cash for Ivan Artola's signature, which, you know, any rider can be turned by a checkbook, and obviously Moven, the RW team, have taken a step forward this year. Yuma Sasaki and Zons van der Gorberg are slowly getting towards the points on a regular basis. Sasaki in particular is making some good strides, so yeah, you can understand that with the likes of Alonso and the likes of Holgado, the likes of potentially Manu Gonzalez as well, and the likes of Ethan Guevara, maybe Celestino Vietti too.
Maybe Senna Regis.
Maybe Senna Regis as well. So that a lot of the top 6 in the current championship, in fact all of the top 6 in the current championship, are linked with the move up to MotoGP or Pastures New, potentially World Superbike as well, who knows. But the rider in 7th in the championship is Ivan Artola, and we know the talent Artola possesses. We've seen on numerous occasions so far this season. You can understand why a lot of the top teams in Moto2 are trying to peel him away from MSI. Of course, MSI want to keep hold of Artola, and obviously fully expected Beras to be remaining in that team as well. That will be a very, very quick MSI team next season, and of course probably in the latter half of this season as well, once Beras is up to speed. But yeah, Artola is definitely someone on the radar of all the top teams, and you can absolutely understand why. But yes, there's a lot of rumours. Silly season is in full flow. Once we've had the MotoGP news all confirmed, which fingers crossed is soon, because I think we're all fed up of talking about maybes when pretty much everyone knows, apart from maybe a couple of seats, or what everyone's doing next year. It's just not been confirmed. That will then filter into Moto2 and then of course into Moto3. So fingers crossed the teams can get the agreement in place and start to roll out these contracts that have already been signed for a good number of months now. And then we can learn about the fate of Moto2 and Moto3 riders next year and get stuck into that sort of chat. But yeah, ARUTALA, the top of the shopping list, it seems, for a lot of the teams.
ARUTALA has just set his best lap of the morning on a 1:40.6. We might, though, see the first Moto2 lap here in under 100 seconds in a moment, and it's from last year's winner, David Alonso. He doesn't quite manage it, but it is another new all-time lap record. It's now an Aspar 1-2 in this morning's session. Alonso on a 1:40.037 goes a tenth and a half clear of Danny Holgado. Holgado's lap, of course, much earlier in the session. Alonso, one would assume, has stuck a fresh tyre in for the end of this session, because we know that David Alonso, the area where he certainly has lacked, and we can't put this down to bad luck, Alonso still not fully able to exploit brand new soft Pirelli tyres, either in qualifying trim or in the early stages of a Grand Prix. He often qualifies lower than he ought to, and he often struggles in the first lap or two of a Grand Prix. So I guess no great surprise to see Alonso pumping in a time attack late on, and certainly from the evidence of the stopwatch, a very fast one.
Yeah, zero surprise at all to see Alonso sticking in some fresh rubber. He will be going again on this lap. He sets a personal best first sector. Did he? Am I looking at the right thing? No, I'm not. He's he's very well in touch, less than half a tenth away from his top time. Just getting confirmation there, which confused me a little bit, of the all-time lap record set by Manu Gonzalez yesterday. But Alonso is nearly coming through the third split checkpoint now. This is 12. Flick it right through 13 and then open the gas with the fast kink of 14, one of the finer corners on this Balaton Park circuit. Here he comes through the third split and he's still in touch, so now this final sector, and Alonso could be moving the goalposts even further, but there's plenty of red sectors popping up on the timesheets, including for the World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez.
Improvement moments ago for Ethan Guevara. He's now 8th on a 1:40.5. Celestino Vietti, a fellow title challenger, he's in 13th place at the moment. His personal best also came on his last lap. It's a 1:40.194 that time for David Alonso, which would still have put him second behind Tony Arbolino, who has now split the Aspar duo. Arbolino on the number 14. Here he is on the Fantic Calyx, and Arbolino ending a bit of a run that I think he would have been quite keen to bring an end to. 4 consecutive Q1 appearances in the last 4 Grand Prix. He won't have to trouble himself with Q1 today, though.
No, he certainly won't be. He was pretty pleased with his pace yesterday. Was Tiger Tony not improving on that lap time around, but looking more confident than he has done, especially on a Friday, than the previous Grand Prix. Still on a run of 26 races without a podium. Not on such a run is Manu Gonzalez. Rises to P1 and the first 1:39 in Moto2 around Balaton Park. So moving the goalposts is Manu Gonzalez. We did see him in pit, so maybe that's a little test run for qualifying later on as the riders start to get down to business in the final couple of minutes, giving us something to talk about. Fast laps coming in centre. Aegis rises to P5 with a decent lap time. Okay, 3/10 off his teammate Manu Gonzalez, but that's a decent lap from the number 81.
Bit of a pattern developing, isn't there? I mean, FP1 and in practice, it's Gonzalez from Alonso. That's exactly what we've got now in this FP2 session with a minute remaining, as I think we're having a little bit of a dry run here for qualifying later on. Of course, Q1 and Q2 to come in Moto2, following Moto3 qualifying, which gets our afternoon's action underway. 12:45, the session goes green for Moto3. Q1, of course, Q2 will follow before we head into Moto2 qualifying 1 and 2, and the Tito Sprint in MotoGP, which as always headlines our Saturday afternoon schedule, 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. The MotoGP Sprint will be over 13 laps. Of course, the qualifying session for the time for that will come at the end of this morning's running here in Balaton Park. Filip Salac makes his way through the final sequence of corners, and we are talking here about a Czech rider who is at his peak, and don't take our word for it, take Philip's word for it, because he said that to our colleague Kiko Giles yesterday. Not a bad time to hit the best form of your Moto2 career with his home Grand Prix at Brno right around the corner.
No, for sure, he was in Brno, wasn't he, last week doing some promo work in the city centre. Can't wait to get to the Czech Grand Prix. Fantastic atmosphere, fantastic circuit, and a fantastic city over in Brno. Do try head there if you possibly can, and fantastic fantastic support, of course, for their home hero, Filip Salac, who, as Lewis mentioned, said yesterday that he was feeling at the peak of his powers that he ever has done in Moto2, really settled well in that OnlyFans American racing box. He said the best he's felt in his career, just needs to find some little things on the sort of setup side to really bring him into the realms of what Manu Gonzalez in terms of pace was doing yesterday. But still a decent morning for Filip Salac in P7, 4/10 off the top time. Not sure how much Salac was pushing in the latter stages, but finishing P3 yesterday, was in the podium mix over at Mugello as well. This is a rider full of confidence, which is good to see for the Czech rider.
He's going to end this morning session in 7th place, unless he can improve on this last lap, which he's not going to do. It's Kalex riders all the way down to 9th place, as Yumi Sasaki, who is one of the Kalex riders in the field, albeit not one of those up at the sharp end. He's taking a trip through the gravel trap. Trying to work out where Sasaki was there. He's in the final sector of the lap now. As Manu Gonzalez to try and rub their noses even further in it in the closing stages. It's potentially going to be not a million miles away from his own 1:39.9 on this last lap. Such a rich vein of form and confidence sky high at the moment for Manu Gonzalez. It's a 1:40.3 to end the session, but Manu Gonzalez does remain undefeated here in Balton Park this weekend. But once again, it's last year's winner David Alonso snapping at his heels.
Certainly is. Impressed with Holgado, actually. He was one of the only rider apart from Colin Vire who finished P12, who was in that top 11 riders who didn't set his personal best lap time towards the end of the session. Is this what happened to Ayumu Sasaki? Yes, it is. That is into turn 12 before they flick it right through turn 14. Simple enough off for the Japanese rider, but I think that bodes well, especially, of course, for Gonzalez, top in the session. But I think Holgado setting that lap time while he was in his race rhythm and to finish less than 3/10 away from Gonzalez, who looked like had a little bit of a time attack at the end of the session. It looks good for Holgado and, of course, for teammate Alonso, and good to see Arbolino return inside that top 3 as well.
Set up nicely for qualifying later on. We've already discussed how important a Q2 session that is going to be. Gonzalez unquestionably goes in as the clear favourite to secure back-to-back pole positions. We've had 7 different pole sitters in the first 7 races of this Moto2 season. This rider here on the screen should have been one of them. David Alonso back in Austin, Texas, before those tyre pressures were given a closer inspection, and he was dumped all the way down to 18th place on the grid. But Alonso, surely the best he's looked through a whole weekend so far this season, and good to see Tony Arbolino back towards the sharp end once again. 3rd quickest at the end of this morning session. What's Tony been up to? This is into turn 11. And the front end washing away at least once, if not twice there for Tony Arbolino, but no harm done.
Yeah, a bit of a moment there up at turn 11 for Arbolino. That's where we saw Alberto Ferrandis crash a little bit earlier on in the session as we get set for MotoGP and then qualifying in Moto3 and Moto2.
3 out of 3 for Manu Gonzalez, remains unbeaten in this Balloton weekend. David Alonso, as he has been in the 2 prior sessions, was 2nd. Tony Arbolino 3rd from Danny Holgado, who looked very quick in the early stages of the session. Senna Regis 5th from Alonso Lopez, Filip Salac, Danny Munoz, Ivan Artola, and Ethan Guevara, the leading Bosco-Scuro, only 10th. Vietti 11th from Via Baltus Rueda, who was 3rd at one point. Didn't go for a brand new tyre, or at least didn't improve on one late on, so fell to 14th. Ahead of Vanden Gorberger, Screech, Huertas, Kinet, Unchu and Sasaki, who we saw gravel tracking late on. Forasato 21st, ahead of our early crasher Ferrandez. Roberts 23rd, ahead of Lanetta, Garcia. Piqueras did a 41.8 this morning. That's about 3/10 off what he did prior to his crash yesterday. Zunatu's at 27th, and Jacob Ralston, who we saw falling earlier on at turn 3, is at the bottom of the order. So Manu Gonzalez remains unbeaten in this Hungarian Grand Prix weekend. The championship leader goes 3 from 3 here in Hungary. We'll begin the countdown to qualifying in MotoGP with FP2 coming up next.
With the European phase of the 2026 season in full swing, Sprint Saturday 8 brings MotoGP's top talents to the Emerald Waters and awe-inspiring vistas of Lake Balaton for the Grand Prix of Hungary. First on the calendar last season for Hungary's first MotoGP clash since 1992, a tight and low-speed layout presents a unique test for the world's fastest riders. It's time for MotoGP. Measuring in just over 4 kilometres in length, just a whisker over 2.5 miles, is the very tight, twisty, but technically challenging 17-corner Balaton Park circuit. 7 rights, 10 of them lefts. The layout featuring 3 tight chicanes. First of those as you run through turns 9 and 10. Hard braking onto a new patch of tarmac into Sector 1. Hard braking, the hardest braking zone on the circuit is that run down to turn 5. There you can see the chicanes of 9, 10, 12, 13 and 15 and 16 to completely lap in the final left-hander of turn 17. Good morning and welcome back to Balaton Park. What a beautiful early June Saturday morning we have in store. As you can see, clear blue skies as far as the eye can see as we get set for our Sprint Saturday number 8 of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship campaign. Just 6 days ago, of course, in the Tuscany Mountains of Mugello, we saw Aprilia star Marco Bezzecchi take his first win in front of his buoyant home crowd, which saw Bez extend his lead in the World Championship after the opening 7 Grand Prix to 17 points. Day 1, though, here in Hungary yesterday, well and truly belonged to Pedro Acosta and the Red Bull KTM Factory Racing team. The 22-year-old Spaniard, fastest on Friday, now in 2 of the last 3 Grand Prix. Of course, he led the way on day 1, most recently at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, over in Montmello. And it wasn't really close yesterday, to be fair to Acosta, who looked in brilliant form. The only rider on practice Friday who found a 1:36 lap, a 1:36.827, putting Acosta over 0.4 of a second clear of anybody else out on circuit. Fabio Di Gianantonio once again was leading the Ducati Resistance against Acosta. Of course, 3rd in the World Championship is Di Gianantonio. He's 31 points clear of Acosta in that particular battle for 3rd in the rankings coming into this round 8. Ralph Fernandez was the top Aprilia yesterday, as we had KTM, Ducati and Aprilia inside the top 3. Marc Marquez, the reigning world champion, double winner here last year, was 7th quickest. His factory Ducati teammate Pecco Bagnaia, one of the big names that has to go in the upcoming 15-minute Q1 session in nigh on perfect conditions. Glorious sunshine. The wind has definitely eased off after a blustery Friday afternoon. And with the wind in his sails yesterday on the factory KTM RC16, without any question, it was Pedro Acosta. Matt Burt, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box talking you through this upcoming 30-minute FP2 session, followed by what we hope will be a dramatic qualifying session. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Pedro Acosta was on the podium here last August, Lewis, on one of his stronger rides of 2025, and he was pretty much on a different level yesterday. 4/10 clear of the chasing pack. Dynamite in the 3rd sector, by far the strongest KTM. Looking like this weekend might just be the weekend.
Feels like a big opportunity, doesn't it? Although, as you say, very recently we have seen Pedro Acosta fastest on a Friday and come very close to a first MotoGP victory, not quite getting it over the line in Barcelona. May this be an even bigger opportunity given the margin of his supremacy yesterday? It certainly feels like it. Marc Marquez, who was talking his chances down in the build-up to this Hungarian Grand Prix weekend, didn't really do an awful lot yesterday on track to dampen the prospects of challenging for another Hungarian Grand Prix victory, but he still feels top 5 is the aim around a circuit where he dominated last year. Marc potentially could still be a threat for Acosta, particularly on our Super Saturday.
It was a pole position and a sprint win double to make it a very Super Saturday for the 33-year-old Spaniard here last August. He was fastest in FP1 yesterday morning. Last time he topped an opening session of the Grand Prix weekend was here in the Grand Prix of Hungary in the 2025 running. the speed is there, quite clearly. Mark can deliver an eye-catching lap time. The problem is he can only do it in short, sharp bursts. It's over the longer runs where he's still recovering or struggling with full fitness on that recovering right shoulder. No problems once again for Fabio Di Gianantonio, who continues to be the leading Ducati Light. Top 3 now on Fridays in 6 of our 8 Grand Prix. So Fabio Di Gianantonio, although he was one of several riders, Lewis, who was going to be poring over the data, looking at the lap-by-lap analysis to try and work out where do you make up so much time on Pedro Acosta in split 3. That's where Acosta was making his time.
Split 3 is very chicane heavy. It starts just on the braking zone to the turns 9 and 10 chicane, then you round the hairpin of 11, and sector 3 concludes once you're out of turn 12, 13 and 14. So it's certainly in those very fast changes of directions, the busy chicanes around here where Pedro Acosta is winning his time. Fabio Di Gianantonio, it was a weird day from the outside, it looked like. Certainly in practice, he was down the order until the very latter stages. He explained that they were trying a few different things on the setup to give him a step on the front end. Didn't work, so went back to the setup he knew very well from earlier in the season, and it launched him straight back up into P2.
There was Diogo Moreira. We'll go down to Jack very quickly. Let's just reference Diogo Moreira, though. Another brilliant performance by the pro Honda LCR rider. It's now back-to-back places in Q2 for the 22-year-old Brazilian. No wonder he's smiling. Plenty to smile about for Moreira, just as he was last weekend in the Grand Prix of Italy in Mugello. He was head and shoulders the top Honda rider. 8th fastest yesterday was Moreira. Joan Mir's 16th, Luca Marini 13th on the pair of factory Hondas. Now, yesterday, of course, we did see Marc Marquez debut a revised rear aero on the factory Ducati. It was a tough Friday for his teammate Pecco Bagnaia. Let's go and get some pit lane updates from Jack on the factory Ducati boys. Jack, down to you. Good morning, mate.
Yeah, good morning to everybody at home. What a bright, sunny day we have here in Hungary. You mentioned the factory Ducati boys. Let's start with them. As you mentioned, that new, pretty radical new rear aerodynamics update from Ducati. It was on one of Marc Marquez's motorcycles yesterday. It's now on all 4 factory Ducati bikes, both of Marquez's bikes, both of Pecco Bagnaia's bikes. Pecco trying it for the very first time this morning ahead of a hugely important Q1 session. And you mentioned Fabio Di Gianantonio going back to what he knew from early in the season. Well, the Ducati aerodynamics game of musical chairs is continuing once again, because Digia on both of his motorcycles has now completely ditched the new aero update that we saw them bring in Le Mans, and has gone back on both bikes to the aero package that he started the year on. So clearly Digia, once again, as we've seen him do time and time again this year, going back to what he knows. And just finally for Fermin Aldeguer, I don't think this is the first weekend. I imagine it was introduced last weekend in Mugello, but I've just noticed for the first time that unlike Frankie Morbidelli, who's continuing and struggling to try and adapt to that tricky GP25, Aldeguer has been upgraded to the GP26 chassis, which could be a bit of an indication why we've seen over the past couple of weekends, following on from that Barcelona podium, Aldeguer making a clear step and being able to be way more competitive when comparing against those on the other GP26 machines.
Lovely stuff as always, Jack. Many thanks for those Ducati updates. Yeah, that new chassis clearly worked for 21-year-old Spaniard Fermin Aldeguer. His best Friday in 11 since he was the winner eventually of the Mandalika Grand Prix. No surprise to see Pecco Bagnaia thrown in that new rear aero, because it was rear grip issues which were really hampering the Italian yesterday. On the podium, of course, last weekend in front of his home crowd in Mugello, rather concerning for Bagnaia. We saw it a couple of times, didn't we, on screens, losing the rear off throttle, which is a really precarious situation to find yourself in at any circuit, but particularly here where we have 10 lefts in the 17 corner layout. He said it was an issue that Mark was suffering as well on the other side of the factory Ducati garage. Fabio Di Gianantonio not so much, so there'd have been a bit of number crunching in Bagnaia side the factory Ducati garage last night. Let's hope that maybe the new rear seat aero can find some cures to his rear grip woes yesterday.
And the most visible occasion of that, as you mentioned, was into or out of turn 16, the penultimate corner on this circuit, when he was on a lap that, well, he said was going to put him around 7th. It certainly looked like he was going to put him into qualifying 2 as of right, but as it is, for the 2nd year in a row here, Pecco Bagnaia is a qualifying 1 participant at Balaton Park. He described it, and of course we have it to come in around about 40 minutes time. Bagnaia described it as the most important Q1 of his season coming up this morning.
He has had back-to-back third places, both in Catalonia, which was a bit of a gift after Joan Mir's a post-race tyre pressure penalty, no doubt about the fact he did certainly earn the hard way his podium last time out in Mugello against Ayagura. Trackhouse MotoGP fans, well, they had a great Friday, didn't they? Raul Fernandez was third quickest, looking really, really strong, just as he did throughout the Mugello weekend when he was on the front row, and then went on to win his first sprint. And Ayagura, some positive news on a Friday, finally, for the Japanese rider, who was the 5th quickest rider yesterday with a 1:37.481. Agura making a very good point, as so many riders have done. Qualifying here, super significant in Balaton Park because the tight and twisting nature of this circuit. It's not easy to make overtakes, so qualifying in a prime grip position will be super important at the end of this morning's qualifying action.
And getting your bike off the line too, which the apprentices have been very good at over recent times. Fabio Gianantonio, who are riding on board with there, hasn't necessarily been an expert at that, even if the ultimate launch off the line wasn't the reason he dropped down on the first lap in Mugello a week ago. On board with the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi. Another solid, if unspectacular Friday, I think you could describe it as, for Bez, 6th quickest overall. There were 3 Aprilias inside the top 6 yesterday overall, but Bezzecchi the last of them, 3 places ahead of his teammate Jorge Martin. Marco Bezzecchi once again. Very similar Friday quotes from Bezzecchi, where he says, "I'm happy with my pace, less happy with my time attack." And he was another trying to figure out how to match Pedro Acosta through that tricky third sector.
Another Aprilia rider who was still chasing some speed in time attack mode, despite the fact he took his first ever RSGP front row last weekend in Mugello, is Jorge Martin. Martin creeping into that crucial top 10 yesterday in 9th place, but still saying he has not really, when he's got fresh rubber underneath him, found the absolute limit where he can really push to the ragged edge on that factory Aprilia. Just lacking that little bit of trust, that little bit of confidence to really push it to the max. And he said once that comes, well, we know he's more than capable of delivering explosive one-lap speed as Pecco Bagnaia then charges down the back straight. Heaviest braking zone here around Balaton. Hard on the brakes into turn 5, now another low gear acceleration point now as he comes through 6 and 7. Big 15 minutes coming up for Pecco, no question about it. Hasn't been able to find some cures. Does he already feel more comfortable? As we mentioned, it's a really horrible situation to find yourself in when the rear's stepping out, the rear's threatening to chuck you into orbit, off throttle. Not a place you want to be anywhere in the world.
He said it was in every left-hand corner he was experiencing that problem. He said Marc Marquez's teammate was in the same boat, but they were rather puzzled to find out that Fabio Gianantonio was essentially on the same bike, although, as we've heard from Jack, that there are some differences when you look a little bit deeper into the setups on those Ducatis. Gianantonio wasn't having that same problem with losing the rear off throttle through left-handers. Here comes Pecco Bagnaia now into the final chicane of turns 15 and 16 before 17 brings us on to the main straight, and it was through this very corner where Bagnaia's Q2 hopes went missing yesterday.
We mentioned Diogo Moreira's brilliant ride yesterday to get himself into Q2 for the 2nd time in a week, and we also have to reference Jack Miller on the Prima Pramac Yamaha. He was clearly the standout Yamaha starter yesterday here in Balaton. Brilliant ride by Miller to find a 1:37.760. He got in by just over a 1/10 of a second. Fabio Quartararo on the factory Yamaha, just 1 place behind Miller. In fact, we had a trio of Yamahas, didn't we? 10th, 11th and 12th. Miller, Quartararo and Razgatlioglu looking a lot more at home. Here he is now on the number 7 bike, Razgatlioglu, looking a lot more at home on that V4 powered M1. Coming in this weekend, he always felt like this was maybe one of his big first opportunities to shine in MotoGP. He was inside the top 10 yesterday morning. I've got a fancy actually, Razgatlioglu's going to have a good crack at getting himself out of Q1 and maybe figuring in Q2 for just the 2nd time in his rookie season.
Yeah, he says it suits his style a little bit more this circuit, but also as we've discussed, the steps forward made in terms of his setup and the engine braking steps that he's made recently have enabled him to take that step forward. So I think there's enough to suggest that this isn't just circuit specific for Toprak, because he had a very good Sunday in Mugello, but certainly able to hustle this Yamaha around the circuit, and Balaton Park quite clearly its biggest extreme of the season from one circuit to the next in terms of the demands inputs on the rider and on the bike from Mugello to Balaton, and perhaps this circuit also concealing some of the Yamaha weaknesses in the way that Mugello didn't.
factory Hondas had a pretty miserable Friday here yesterday. Luca Marini once again bemoaning his lack of pace, his lack of speed when he goes on to fresh Michelin rubber. Marini down in 13th place in the sprint here last year. The only time we've ever had two Hondas finish in the top 6 in the sprint, when Mir and Marini worked together. Joan Mir also, he had the opposite problem. It wasn't the fact he couldn't get a rear tyre hook, so he just had no front feeling through some of the tight and twisty sections here in Balaton Park. So plenty of work to have been done overnight in Honda HRC Castrol. Marini was 1.1 seconds behind Acosta. Mir also 1.1 seconds behind. Perhaps more alarming for those two is the fact that they were almost 0.4 of a second behind fellow Honda rider Diogo Moreira, who sailed into the top 10.
Yeah, Mir could get the front end of his Honda working. Luca Marini can essentially copy-paste his comments from most Grand Prix and most Fridays this season. Couldn't maximise a soft tyre on a qualifying lap, and unfortunately that's why we see Luca Marini in qualifying 1 for the 7th time in 8 rounds this season. And when we've seen Luca Marini in a Q1 session so far this year, he has not made it through. In fact, the last 4 Grand Prix he's either qualified 15th or 16th, and with the best will in the world, particularly in a circuit like this, you're not going to get high up the order. We're on board with Acosta, and there was some major movement up ahead of us as we're riding on board with yesterday's pace setter. That's Frankie Morbidelli just ahead of us, having a bit of a wild ride through turns 9 and 10.
No rear grip was the message coming out of VR46 Ducati's Frankie Morbidelli yesterday. 0 rear grip on the 21 bikers. Just about gets out of the way of Pedro Acosta coming out of the final corner. Pedro Acosta once again slotting himself into P1 in the early part of this FP2 session. A 138.349 is just over a 10th clear of Jorge Martin, who is now leading the chasing pack. Martin down to the mid 138s himself.
You saw a great example there with Acosta and Morbidelli into 15 of why qualifying today is going to be so important, because Acosta was clearly so much faster than Frankie Morbidelli, but tried to launch a late braking move from not too far back on Morbidelli, but just couldn't get the KTM stopped enough to make the move stick. He had to go straight across the chicane, because these chicanes, there isn't an awful long run out of them to the next one, so it's very difficult to pick up any sort of slipstream and get a run on someone before the next chicane is full in your face. So if you do find yourself in traffic, even if you have a speed advantage, so difficult to make that move stick.
Jack Miller's gone off-roading on the end of the back straight into turn 5. He's been able to keep it sunny side up as the Australian, who finds himself in P12 currently. Well, so far so good, isn't it, as far as Pedro Acosta goes this weekend? He's already been fastest yesterday, as we see both Miller and Martin get sucked into that braking zone into turn 5. Pedro Acosta fighting for P1 once again this morning. Let's get some thoughts from the boss, Aki Ayo, who joins Jack.
Yeah, what a difference a week makes, Aki. Pedro yesterday, despite being fastest and having a pretty good margin over the rest of his rivals, I couldn't work out if he was happy with his pace or frustrated in not being able to understand how he's gone from struggling in Mugello to having that advantage over everybody here. So how would you sum up that opening day and the movement in the car?
Maybe I would see it a little bit more in longer time, let's say, that it has been many races quite difficult. Barcelona was okay, finally a difficult weekend, but it was strong, and especially for Pedro was really strong. Okay, we had some challenges in Mugello, which is of course normal nowadays. Competition is close, and if you have some small problems, it affects quite a lot on the results for everything. But okay, yesterday was positive start for sure. We expected also that it's quite well for us, and somehow I see also yesterday the condition, everything that it fits for our bike, for our package, and especially for Pedro, let's say, his riding style and everything. So, but as we know, it's never time to enjoy, let's say, too much, and understand day by day the situation. The grip level for sure changed from yesterday to today. It's hard to understand how to rate it.
So obviously today the weather conditions are a lot different. It was overcast, it was chilly yesterday, the sun beating down today. Do you think that could work against Pedro and KTM?
This I don't know, it's against work against who and which helps who, but we need to understand, as I said before, you are correct, that you need to especially when you are the second day, let's say already first day in the afternoon, second day, you have to handle how the conditions are changing, and that's the key, and let's see how we end up today.
We've seen some strong Fridays from Pedro throughout his career. I remember Japan 2024, here last year, Catalonia earlier in the season. Well, this feels like one of his strongest weekends so far, the advantage he has over everybody else. When you compare back to those previous strong starts to weekends, do you get the sense that he feels as ready as ever to challenge it and try and get that victory that I'm sure everybody is hoping to try and eventually get?
I think it's not fair to, let's say, for him or anyone to think too much about that it's victory should come or whatever. Just focus for the daily work, as I used to say all the time. But even last weekend in Mugello, I told him after the race that I think it was one of your best races, or maybe even the best. The result was not, the position was not the best, but after the challenges what we faced during the weekend and some limitations for Sunday, it was really good, and I think he understands as well after frustration, and he's maturing a lot, so he reset everything for each weekend and start basically from zero, so I can see this matureness a lot.
Thanks, Zaki. Have a good one.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks as always to KTM boss Akiayo. Yeah, whatever performance is in that RC16, you know that Acosta is going to extract the absolute maximum out of it. Last time he was fastest on a Friday in MotoGP, he did convert it on Sprint Saturday into pole position. It was only KTM's 5th ever MotoGP pole. Of course, he's got 25 podiums now in the top class, 12 in Grand Prix, 13 in sprints, but just his solitary victory for Pedro Acosta. One which was a bit of a present for him as well in that rather controversial late conclusion to our opening sprint of the campaign in Buram, when he went toe-to-toe with this rider, number 93, Marc Marquez. 16 years ago today, believe it or not, since Marc won his first ever Grand Prix in Mugello back in 2010. He doesn't think he's got much potential of completing the century here tomorrow. Stuck on 99 wins. That's since Mazzano last year, but right on cue, of course, Marc goes P1 with a 1:37.596.
You do wonder if Marc is going to achieve something this weekend. It feels like today is his best shot by potentially qualifying on the front row and grabbing the lead early in the sprint. Of course, he led the first corner in the sprint last weekend, didn't he, in Mugello, before he took a bit of punishment on that first lap from several riders, including his, I guess, the rider he's mentoring in some respects, Diogo Moreira, who once again is doing a fine job. Once again, Moreira is the leading Honda at the moment in the session. He's in 11th place. Bezzecchi currently in 6th as he navigates his way through this third sector. If Bezzecchi can figure this third sector out today, that will unlock a lot of his performance.
Yeah, Marc Marquez's biggest fight right now was with himself, just holding himself back, trying to be patient and listen to his body, which he's told us so many times. Well, we've referenced what a brilliant Friday it was here yesterday in Hungary for the newly named Superfile Trackhouse Aprilia team, with Ralph Fernandez 3rd, Ayagura 5th. There must be some big expectations now for the remainder of the weekend in that team. Let's get some thoughts on the boss, Davide Brivio, who's with Jack.
Yeah, he is indeed. The Superfile team, super fast on Friday, which hasn't always been the case, Davide. A lot of the season, even going back into last year, we've seen Ralph Fernandez have his struggles on a Friday. I, in particular, struggled to maximise that soft rear tyre. So was yesterday an anomaly, or do you feel as though you've been able to take a step in that area?
No, yesterday Raul has been always quite confident, and he said that he could pick up the pace quite easily, or anyway, let's say in a good way. And he was able to put everything together. We know he's fast, you know, we see every race, but then also to be able to qualify. With this format, the Friday is so important, and we're very happy that yesterday we get through. This thing can get both in the Q2, but also it's a big. Other than that, I think it's a great confirmation on the fact that now we've been through several tracks, and Aprilia basically it's always competitive. So that's a good relief, and now we have to use the potential of these performances.
Justin was speaking to the media yesterday after the announcement of the new sponsor, and obviously he was asked about his rider lineup for next year, saying that things are starting to come into place. We know from speaking last weekend that you're not too involved in that decision. So taking your Trackhouse cap on and putting on your talent spotting cap, we know you've been able to pick out some real gems from Moto2 in the past. A question that a lot of fans are asking is, what more does Manu Gonzalez have to do to earn a MotoGP ride? So that's the question. What is the answer? What more does he have to do?
But I think it's not a matter of what Manu Gonzalez can do. It's a matter of what project Trackhouse wants to build. Because if there is an idea to bring a rookie to restart with a new rider and growing up a rookie, then maybe it can be a good profile. But if the project is to have experienced rider and go for the results and need somebody ready, so then it's another type of project. So it's not a matter of what he can do, it's a matter of what Trackhouse wants to do in terms of project. That's my feeling.
Obviously, I'm putting the question to you because there's links with Trackhouse, but speaking more generally, are you surprised at the fact that seemingly not many MotoGP factories or teams are interested at this stage in Manu?
Yeah, somehow is surprising, but also, let's say, I would say there's not so many people that is also maybe brave enough to put on a rookie, and then we see there are some resistance to have a rookie in a factory teams, and maybe something will happen, I don't know, but then always you have to go through the satellite team, but then you also to match the, let's say, the target, the interest of the satellite team. And depend on the manufacturer. Some manufacturer where the, let's say, the independent team, not satellite, let's say my mistake. Anyway, for some manufacturer, the independent team is the junior team to grow up the rider. In some other manufacturer, the independent team is more autonomous, no? more independent and go for their own project. So, I don't know, it also depends on the market, depends on the situation, depends on the, I mean, for sure Manu deserves, I think, to be in the MotoGP. And if I'm him, if he cannot make it in 2027, I will keep going one more year and see what's happened. Sooner or later, maybe there is a situation coming up.
There's obviously, as Raul explained to us last weekend, some uncertainty over his future. Often it can work two ways. Either a rider is demotivated and loses the drive, but seemingly for Raul, he's using it as a real motivation and a real driving force. The results yesterday throughout Mugello were really impressive. How impressed have you been that the uncertainty over his future has been turned into a positive rather than a negative?
Yeah, no, I'm positively, I wouldn't say surprised, but I'm happy to see that he's able to use the potential even under maybe some pressure, some difficult situation. And this is also what we discussed together, like last weekend. I mean, don't worry about what you can control, just be concentrated on what you can do. You can ride a bike, you can try to win a race, you can try to get a good result. Be concentrate on that and let the other people work on your future, whether it's the manager, it's Trackhouse management and everything. So that's what he has to do, and he's doing brilliantly, and it should pay off.
Thank you very much, Davide. Appreciate your time.
You're in.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Superfar Trackhouse boss Davide Brivio, who is no stranger himself, is he, to giving young top Moto2 talents a chance to shine in MotoGP. You cast your minds back to Maverick Vinales, Juan Mir when he was part of the Suzuki project, and of course most recently with one of his current riders, Ayagura, who at the moment is 7th in this session, a session which, as you can see on the timing tower, is still being led by Marc Marquez. Our only faller so far in MotoGP this weekend is Brad Binder, and it came at a costly time for the South African yesterday when he tipped off at turn 11 in practice, because he was flying on that current lap, a lap that potentially could have seen him move into Q2 directly with his KTM colleague. As you can see, Brad was A-OK. He was unscathed, but yeah, that crash doing some damage to his motorcycle, and certainly his damage to his prospects of going directly into Q2, because it looked like he was going to go through.
Yeah, and he's going through qualifying one for the 6th time this year, is Binder, and his only 2 previous Q2 appearances were both automatic, so he's not got a successful Q1 record so far this year when he has been in that session. as we follow the 33. Now he's down in 21st place in the moment, but he's not really put a representative lap time on the board yet. He's some 2.3 seconds off the pace, and this is going to lift him way up the order. He's now into the third sector before the final sort of bus stop section of this circuit still to come, and you can see there he's losing a huge chunk of time, 0.7 of a second in that third sector. Right and left, you need the nimbleness of your motorcycle. It's not quite as physical though to maneuver these bikes through the change of direction as it would be in Mugello, where you're going through at a much greater speed. Binder does improve in time, but he is still second from the bottom of the order.
Marc Marquez proving his point once again. The speed is there, the speed quite clearly is there. He can go out and he can deliver. A lap time. The problem is for how long can he sustain it? 13 laps is going to be the sprint. Lights out for that at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon, and then as always we go double distance tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time, 26 laps. And Mark said last weekend in Mugello on his comeback Grand Prix, he just practically rode himself into the ground. He pushed on his maximum 100% until he couldn't do it anymore. He was absolutely exhausted. He was shattered after the Italian Grand Prix. Body hung in there for a very, very hard-earned 7th place. I'm not too sure Mark's ridden as hard for a 7th place too many times in his Grand Prix career. But at the moment, I think, as we said yesterday, his bike in his brain is 1 or 2, maybe more, a couple of steps ahead of his body right now.
However his body is feeling, he made it very clear, didn't he, last weekend, that you're going to have to work very, very hard to overtake Marc Marquez if you're right behind him on the racetrack. Pedro Acosta certainly found that out on the Sunday afternoon. It took him a long, long time to finally figure that one out. In the end, they were battling for 6th and 7th, the battle that Pedro Acosta ultimately won. So maybe that could lend itself to something for Marc Marquez, particularly today in the sprint. If he can qualify on the front row of the grid, which he, as you say, it looks like he's got the raw speed to do it, and potentially grab the early lead in the sprint, potentially this is the kind of situation, the kind of environment, the kind of track layout where he can defend the lead and just grit his teeth and get through to potentially a gold medal today.
Brilliant ride this so far by the rider. We're looking at on screens Iker Lecuona, who is substituting this weekend for Alex Marquez. We're hoping this weekend might be the last time that Alex is sidelined after his horrific crash in that Barcelona battle. Michele Pira, of course, deputised for him in Mugello. Lecuona has stepped in and he has filled the void with aplomb, hasn't he, so far? 17th quickest yesterday was the rider, 2nd in the World Superbike Championship currently, almost broke into the 37s, did Lecuona yesterday. He's inside the top 10 once again today. He was threatening Q2 at one stage late on in that practice session. Another top performances by Lecuona. Less than a second he is behind Marc Marquez, who showed last year he's a bit of a Balaton specialist.
It's Diogo Moreira up behind Marc Marquez, not for the first time, and I suspect it will not be the last. Diogo Moreira proved, though, yesterday, here he is, the number 11 on the LCR Honda, that he didn't necessarily need someone ahead of him to be quick yesterday. That was, I think, one of the big positives from day one for Moreira. A bike he's finding much easier to ride, but was able to go fast on his own. But he is picking up some pointers from the rider who, of course, won this Grand Prix last year. So Diogo, once again, identifying the right rider to follow.
Said yesterday as well, after that initial learning phase in his rookie season, he's really starting to enjoy riding that Honda RC213V. And it's the old cliche, isn't it? A happy rider is a fast rider, which Moreira is certainly proving. He was very, very quick here last year in Moto2. Pole position, and then he passed Manuel Gonzalez on the last lap to seize a late 2nd place, which ultimately would prove quite decisive in their particular showdown for the Moto2 title championship last year. So we're getting a good close look here at the 93 ahead of him. These two are very, very close training partners back at home in Spain. Well, we've just mentioned, haven't we, what a fantastic job that Iker Lecuona is doing, replacing Alex Marquez, and with the upgraded 2026 Ducati chassis, Firmin Aldeguer looking super strong. 4th in both sessions yesterday, top 3 once again this morning. Let's get some Grazzini thoughts from the boss, Michele Massini.
Yeah, I want to start with Iker Lecuona, because I have to say, Michele, he has been absolutely phenomenal yesterday, looking up to be inside the top 10 on equal machinery, less than a 10th of a second behind Pecco Bagnaia. You must be really thrilled with the performance he's put in so far.
Yeah, I'm really impressed on the way he he was riding, he was really happy. So the target was to enjoy, and yesterday and till now we definitely enjoyed to ride the bike after 3 years when he was with Honda, with a replacement. And so I'm really happy to give him this opportunity. I think that he deserves it because he still made a great championship in Superbike. And also I think that he has a huge talent. So when you gave in a good hand a really good bike, so it means that it works.
Like you say, the target coming into the weekend just to enjoy it, but now going into Q1, I imagine there's some people thinking it's not out of the question of maybe getting in one of those top 2 spots.
Yeah, it's in the air, the opportunity to go to 2, but the important is just to improve always, run by run, and I think I have to keep the pressure down because there is no pressure on him. And but we'll see, because yesterday when he was there a yellow flag at turn 11, we was just a 2/10 improving, and so means that the speed is there.
And for Vermeyen, the speed is clearly starting to come back as well. We know what he's been through with his leg. The fitness is improving there. I can see a couple of small updates that must be helping as well. We're starting to see the Vermeyen from the end of last year now.
Yeah, I'm really satisfied for the work that he's still making also with the crew, because we still organize in a different way the plan for the weekend, make it just less laps, but with a better feeling generally on the bike with Vermeyen. It's true that he's not clear, and also he suffered a bit the back-to-back races, so we need to change the plan, and it works until now.
And just finally on Alex, are we expecting we might see him return in 2 weeks for the Czech Grand Prix? What is the latest on Alex, and when we might see the number 73 back?
The latest news is that I'm happy to say that day by day the recovery went well. It's just a matter of course, at a bit time more. The doctor will say when he will ride the bike, of course. But the important is that his spirit is higher than ever. We talk to him day by day, every day, and so we just wait him here to keep try to enjoy back the feeling, enjoy the riding, but of course we want to see him at 100%.
Absolutely, great to hear. Fingers crossed we can see him at Brno then. Thanks, Michele.
Very much, thank you.
Yeah, thanks Michele Messini, Grazzini boss, and thanks to Jack for the questions once again down in pit lane. Now, Marc Marquez was on course to be fastest once again in this FP2 session on his previous lap before we saw him getting bulked by Johan Zarco's LCR replacement, Johan Zarco. On that current lap, Marc has indeed wrestled back control of this second practice session, a 1:37.436. There was some substantial speed differential there, wasn't it, between the... But once again, underlying how hard it is to overtake. I mean, Marc took to the slip road to get clear road ahead of him. Yeah,
can't try that one this afternoon in the sprint though, Marc, if you find yourself behind someone to try and take that handy shortcut. But it did give him a clean lap, and that clean lap was a 1:37.436, fastest lap time of the morning. They have the bulk of the field have put in a brand new soft rear tyre here for the end of this session with just under a couple of minutes to go. That includes Pedro Acosta here, who is now approaching the chicane of 9 and 10. Was following the Bezzecchi lap a moment ago. Bezzecchi went 4th on a 1:37.797. He's still nowhere in the third sector. He's still giving up the best part of a third of a second through there, and was looking at the split 3 breakdown yesterday in practice. Of course, Bezzecchi was inside the top 6 yesterday overall, but he gave up 4/10 to Acosta, and in fact there were only 7 riders slower than Marco Bezzecchi in that third sector. He just cannot crack that particular code, and if he can't, he won't be on pole position.
Just about to say, an outstanding job once again by Lecquone. He had the Ducatis of Bagnaia and Morbidelli behind him for much of this session. Bagnaia has just corrected that situation and found a 1:38.032, but up until this very late juncture of this FP2 session, Lecquone had the 2 well-established Ducati stars behind him, all power. If I was wearing a cap, I'd be doffing it right now to the 26-year-old Spaniard who has not raced a MotoGP bike since the back end of 2023, jumping straight back into the Lion's Den and doing a brilliant job. He only found out he was coming to Balaton when he was testing the Ducati Panigale World Superbike and the Michelin tyre test on Monday. So he's hot-footed it here, as you expected he would do, to get the chance to test himself against the very best once again. And he is doing a stellar job against one of his former World Superbike rivals, those two sandwiched together. Raz Gatlioglu 11th, Ika Lekawona 12th as we move into the final 20 seconds of FP2.
Yeah, that's Toprak's best lap of the morning that he's just set, 1:38.311, and it underlines how difficult the job's going to be for this man. Pekka Bagnaia in qualifying one with Toprak, with Lekawona, with Marini, Bastianini, who's just done his personal best. He's in 13th place at the moment in this session. Fabio Quattararo, of course, we know is capable of sprinkling some magic on a qualifying lap. So Pekka Bagnaia, who has come a crop already in Q1 sessions this year, of course, as recently as Barcelona, where he qualified down in 13th. It's not going to be an easy passage through for him by any means.
So here is Bezzecchi, strong end to this session for him as he's gone out on fresh rubber. He takes the checkered flag in a best of 4th. And that was his quickest time of that half-hour session. Bez with a 1:37.713. Only twice now, opening 7 Grand Prix, as the World Championship leader found himself off the front row of the grid. He was 4th in Jerez. And his worst qualifying of the campaign was a couple of races ago, 12th in Catalonia. Iagura said yesterday he's got the one-lap speed. He is fast. The problem was he didn't feel he was consistent enough. Wasn't able to string together a sequence of hot laps, which is certainly going to need 126 laps in the Grand Prix of Hungary here tomorrow. It's been a good weekend though, hasn't it, for Aguirre-san? He has now been top 10 in all 3 practice sessions, something we haven't said on too many occasions so far this year. But just as he did then in FP1, it is going to be Marc Marquez that takes the spoils in FP2. Only Fabio Di Gianantonio, another GP26 rider on the Ducati, within 2/10 of Marc at the end of that session. Once again, it's Sector 1, where Marc Marquez is shining. A few riders yesterday said there's a new ribbon of tarmac, a new patch of tarmac in that first corner, resurfaced very, very recently, and they were saying the riders are going to be very, very careful, particularly at the start when 22 bikes are scrapping for not much tarmac on that one down the first corner. It's pretty slick, pretty greasy, a lot of riders in all 3 classes were reporting that new patch of tarmac at turn 1 as Marc's front tyre goes skywards, a lot more than he was hoping for in the practice start zone.
Fabio Di Gianantonio, second quickest in this morning session. I guess you could argue it's like putting on an old pair of slippers for Fabio Di Gianantonio, going back to the setup and the general configuration of his Ducati that he's more familiar with, and he's immediately right back on the pace. Second quickest for Digia, of course, qualified on the front row last year and never ultimately on the Sunday got to start from there after some pre-race mechanical problems. Expect Digia to be in the pole battle once again.
10th and a half though behind Marc in that first sector was Di Gianantonio. Marc Marquez has reigned supreme in that tight first split. Pedro Acosta then, who was our fastest rider on Friday. Still the only rider so far this weekend that has troubled the 136s. Can he make it 2 poles in the last 3 Grand Prix? We're going to find out very, very shortly. Q1 will be coming your way, and it is going to feature Pekka Bagnaia. If he doesn't get through, it's going to be long odds on Bagnaia making it 3 podiums in a row for the first time in well over a year. Austin, Qatar and Jerez right at the beginning of 2025, the last time we saw Pecco fight his way to 3 successive podiums. A bit of a stare at his soft rear tyre there for Bezzecchi, as he will be going through into Q2, or is already through to Q2 of course. He was 6th quickest yesterday.
So he didn't appear in that session, as mentioned, as if he'd figured out the clear puzzle that he's unable to solve so far this weekend, which is that Sector 3. Once again, he's giving up at least a couple of tenths in that part of the lap, and that's how far behind the leader he was. Marc Marquez was that leader. Second time in 3 sessions this weekend. The world champion has topped proceedings. Di Gianantonio and Acosta behind him. Then Bezzecchi 4th. Aldeguer and Bagnaia 5th and 6th from the 2 Trackhouse Aprilias of Fernandez and Agura. Martin 9th. As he was yesterday. Top 10 completed by Luca Marini, who's in Q1 shortly. Toprak and Ika Lekawona, who know each other very well, 11th and 12th. Bastianini 13th, ahead of Mia, Moreira, Binder, Vinales and Quattararo. No signs of Morbidelli's weekend improving. He was down in 19th place ahead of Alex Rins. Jack Miller, who we did see having a little run off, 21st for him, ahead of Cal Crutchlow.
Well, at the end of the Saturday morning qualifying action here in the Grand Prix of last August, it was Marc Marquez who found himself in P1 and in pole position. And as we move into qualifying in 2026 here at Balaton Park, it is the reigning world champion, fastest in FP2 and back in P1. We're back in Balaton Park for the second season in a row for just our 4th ever Grand Prix of Hungary, and it is Sprint Saturday coming your way now live on a beautiful early June morning here, about 90 kilometres or so southwest of the absolutely stunning, the gorgeous capital city of Budapest, for Chapter 8 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. Pedro Acosta on the factory KTM led the way on Friday. Marc Marquez, who was quickest yesterday morning, the reigning world champion, back at his beloved Balaton. What a weekend the 93 had here last August when he took pole position. He was victorious in both the sprint and the Grand Prix here last year, one of 10 double successes for the Spanish rider. Marc Marquez setting himself up perfectly for an attack on what would be a 76th career pole position in the MotoGP World Championship after he has just led the way in this morning's 30-minute FP2 session. Coming up next live though, and it's the mouth-watering prospect of 2 qualifying sessions here in the Grand Prix of Hungary. Q1 coming up next over 15 minutes, which will feature Quartararo, Razgatlioglu, the pair of Yamahas, Luca Marini, Pecco Bagnaia in Q1 for the second time in the last 3 Grand Prix. Bastianini, his best ever qualifying at KTM, came here in Hungary last year in 4th. Mia Lecuona standing in for Alex Marquez. Brad Binder, Vinales, Morbidelli ahead of his 150th MotoGP star Alex Rins, and Cal Crutchlow back subbing for Johann Zarco. Already safely through to Q2 yesterday went Acosta, Di Gianantonio, Fernandez, Aldeguer, Agura, Bezzecchi, the world championship leader, 17 points clear of Jorge Martin going into this afternoon's 13-lap sprint. Martin also directly through with Marc Marquez, fastest in FP1 and FP2. Diogo Moreira into Q2 for the second race in succession, and Jack Miller, at the moment, the only Yamaha rider currently occupying a spot in Q2, trying to make sure that there's more Yamaha representation in that second 15-minute session, is Fabio Quartararo, who missed out by just over a 10th yesterday. Obviously not particularly happy memories of Balaton Park for the 27-year-old Frenchman. He crashed at the first corner in the sprint last year, bit of heavy contact with Enea Bastianini. He was 10th ultimately in the Grand Prix after a long lap in the main event. MotoGP legends of speed. Look at some of the face. That's a beautiful flag that in the banner out in the grandstands. As we get that set then in nigh on perfect condition. There's a little bit of a breeze blowing around. So look at some of the grandstands off into the distance. Grande Pecco, it needs to be Grande Pecco, doesn't it, in this upcoming session. 14th fastest yesterday was Bagnaia, 1.1 seconds behind Pedro Acosta. Big task, not easy to get himself out of this opening 15-minute session.
Yeah, we have all 4 Aprilias already into qualifying 2, so we have 3 Ducatis, 3 Hondas, 3 Yamahas and 3 KTMs, all battling it out in this 12-rider Q1 session to join them. And Pecco Bagnaia, as you say, it is simply essential if he is to challenge for a 3rd consecutive podium that he makes his way through this session. When I spoke to him yesterday after finishing practice down in 14th place, he said tomorrow is the most important qualifying 1 session of my season. That Q1 session is now just a minute away.
3rd over the line last weekend in Mugello, only his 3rd top 6 in the last 17 Grand Prix. Front-running force has been few and far between of late for the 29-year-old Italian. Top right, Razgatlioglu has featured once in a Q2 session so far this season, on just his 2nd MotoGP start in Brazil in Goiânia. It was pretty close. He was just about a 10th and a half away from his Prima Pramac colleague Jack Miller yesterday. The heavy braking, the tight turning around this Balaton Park circuit, playing to the strengths of the triple world superbike champion. And what about the factory Hondas? Cast in the shadow once again of the impressive Diogo Moreira, who at the moment is the only Honda rider competing for pole position in Q2. Marini was 13th yesterday, his teammate Joan Mir 16th, and contrasting issues for the pair of them. It was Marini who couldn't get his soft rear tyre hooked up, and it was no front feeding at all, which compromised Mir's charge for Q2.
So Q1 is underway, and they are led out by Alex Rins, who was only 21st at the end of practice yesterday. Yamaha's best hopes surely on the shoulders of Quartararo and Toprak, who were 11th and 12th yesterday. And the field all levers won. Traffic may well still be an issue, even with only 12 riders out on circuit. In these tight chicanes, we even saw in free practice 2 earlier on, Marc Marquez getting held up on a key lap. If you catch a rider at the wrong moment in one of these chicanes, it can completely ruin your lap. So important on this out lap to position yourself in the right possible space. If you want to follow someone, pick the right rider. But if you're looking to try and do your work on your own, important to make some space on this out lap.
Just past Bagnaia as it came through the most severe braking zone around this Balaton Park circuit. He now goes through the fast right-hander of turn 8, now into the first of one of 3 very, very tight and slow speed chicanes. This is all through 9 and 10. Now through 11, you can see the long lap penalty loop on the outside. That's where Brad Binder went down crucially yesterday at the end of practice, and that cost the South African a place in this Q2, because at that stage he was flying.
I spoke about finding the right place to try. Juan Mir just completely straight lined the chicane at turns 9 and 10, just trying to get onto the rear tyre of those Ducatis. He's now there. He's behind Bagnaia, who's got Iker Lecuona right behind him. So Lecuona is in a pretty good spot. Looking at me, a rider behind Bagnaia, who's almost itching to get past him as they start this first time lap of the session.
And then through the final corner we go. This is the second gear, turn 17. Cruz got to pick up the throttle in the perfect place, get the slingshot and drive down what is a short start-finish straight, less than 670 metres in length. So it is Bagnaia then that is going to make the front running here. A couple of riders winning right at the top of your picture. I think Razgat-Lioglu might have been one of them on the Prima Pramac Yamaha.
There's definitely a KTM in hot there too into the first corner. Bastianini and Binder are together on the racetrack, so we'll find out through the first sector which of those it was that lost time. You're going to need something on probably a low 137 here to be anything like confident of a place in qualifying 2. Fastest lap of the weekend so far, a 36.8 from Acosta, and Pecco Bagnaia in hot into turn 5, so he won't be troubling down on this lap.
Yeah, Bagnaia was barely into the 37s yesterday. His benchmark time on Friday was a 37.986, which just did not cut the mustard at all. As we can see, he's had to back out of that one. There's Juan Mir also cruising through one of the chicanes. That's through 9 and 10. He's just trying to pick his way safely back into the action. Is he waiting for Bagnaia? Is he waiting for Bastianini? Everybody's playing a bit of a waiting game here. It's all cat and mouse and a game of chess, isn't it?
Well, it was Bastianini who's obviously bailed out for a second time on this lap, so a bit of a messy start to this Q1 session. Toprak, as we saw, skating wide into turn number 1, so nothing really will be going for Toprak on this particular lap. We'll follow them through the final sector, keeping an eye on Quartararo's lap time too. Here comes Toprak then out of the final corner, unless it was someone else that went straight on, in which case Toprak will be quick. It's a 38.0, so clearly it wasn't him that went straight on into turn 1 at the start of the lap. A 1:38.074 is only a tenth off what he did yesterday, actually.
Oh, and he's nearly down. He is nearly down on that new patch of tarmac through turn 1, which so many riders have said is lacking grip. It's a bit slick and a bit greasy, and we saw there Toprak Razgatlioglu have a moment there. Look at that trail braking at full lean angle, and then you can just see a bit of chatter on the front end there as well. Yes, it looks cool, but it certainly wasn't cool as far as Toprak's concerned. Sat on the top of that V4 powered M1. So Razgatlioglu and Morbidelli are your top 2 after the opening exchanges, as Morbidelli eases to the left hand side of the track on the run down to turn 5. Bagnaia then back under the bubble and trying to find a lap time. He rolled out of it so much that his first salvo was a 1:53.178.
Rins must have been the Yamaha rider wide at turn 1, because he was some 10 seconds off the pace on his first lap. Mir really is trying to force the front end of that Honda to fit into 9 and 10 there. We cut ahead to Iker Lecuona, who doesn't have the rear tyre of Pecco Bagnaia to look at this time, but doesn't look like he needs it.
This is brilliant by Lecuona, absolutely brilliant. This would be a real giant killing act to get himself into that second qualifying session. Here he is on the 27 bike, trying to get the Gresini Ducati settled as they come into turns 15 and 16. Just one corner left, and the final left-hander for Lecuona. And this could be putting him to the top of the pile, not for for long maybe, with Mir behind him. He does go fastest, but Mir finds the first 137 then of this session. It's the first 137 that Joan Mir has found all weekend so far. Bastianini then now fires his KTM up into P1. He's found a 137.815. That is also Enea's first foray into the 37s.
Yeah, it's still surely going to take a bit more than that, though. Bagnaia only a 38.4, so it's been a scrappy first run for the two-time MotoGP World Champion. He's down in 8th at the moment, ahead of Vinales, Crutchlow, Rins and Quartararo, who hasn't put a representative lap time on the board. He is about to do that. He's a quarter of a second down at the 3rd checkpoint, so Quartararo likely to go around 5th or 6th.
Gatlioglu's had a strong first sector once again, as he looks to improve on 5th place. We are then picking up the Turk, as you can see on the graphic there. 8 thousandths of a second he is up, not exactly a lot of time to play with, and he's lost time in the 2nd sector as he charges through the 1st chicane through turns 9 and 10. Now the long left-hander through 11. You start going back through the gearbox up to about 230 kilometers an hour here in 3rd before you're into the 2nd of the chicanes. All super slow and super tight through this particular section. This is 12 and 13. Sunrise will actually be back in 1st gear here, as low as 65 kilometers an hour. Quartararo looking strong as well on his current lap.
He said he made too many mistakes yesterday, did Quartararo, and that cost him a place in qualifying 2. He was only a 10th away from Miller's P10 yesterday, and as we've already said before the session got underway, if you could trust one rider to deliver some magic on a qualifying lap, generally you would look in Fabio Quartararo's direction.
6th time this season Fabio's been a presence in Q1, which is far too many for his liking. This is a good lap though. This is a really strong lap. Can he get it to the finish line? Through the final corner he goes. That all looked pretty clean, all pretty neat and tidy, didn't it? As soon as I said that, of course, he has the massive head shake. That was actually going through the chicane of 12 and 13 in the middle of the 3 chicanes. It went all horribly wrong. We saw that, didn't we, in Mugello? As soon as you sensed in time attack mode Quartararo was pulling the pin, well, he was almost on the floor. This was another big moment. Look at this. Completely out of shape there. He was on the gas, trying to build some speed out through turn 14. It just went all wrong, all out of shape. No stability whatsoever through that high-speed left-hander.
Just never settled down at all, did it? So at the moment, it's Bastianini and Mir who are on course for qualifying 2. 37.8 plays 37.9. Marini 3rd, which I think would frustrate him if he ends up there. Once again, he'd narrowly miss out on a place in Q2. Then it's Lecuona a fine 4th, ahead of Toprak, Quartararo, Binder, Morbidelli, and clearly a rather uncomfortable Pecco Bagnaia. Not just uncomfortable because of the 9th place he sat in, but stretching out his arms and his shoulders there as he gets set for a crucial 2nd run.
Yeah, 10 left-handers to tackle around this tight Balaton Park circuit. First run, Ezekiel Lecuona looks at the big screens and he'll be delighted with what he sees. He gives the nod and the thumbs up. He's ready for his 2nd time attack. 138.024 was some opening attack, wasn't it, from the number 27. He is currently 4th quickest. Only a couple of tenths behind Bastianini. Now, what's happening here to Pecco Bagnaia? What has happened here to Bagnaia? He's repeatedly now just shaking out that upper arm. Well, there's maybe just a little bit of numbness. Of course, he was having so many issues yesterday in the left-handers with the rear stepping out off throttle, which adds to the physicality of this Balaton circuit when you're wrestling for control, when you're not even on gas. But yeah, clearly something there that's slightly disturbing, the double world champion.
It's a test of his flexibility just to get onto that factory Ducati with all of the furniture on the back of it, with the updated tail unit and the aero on the back of it. Bagnaia with Frankie Morbidelli for company. Morbidelli, I think, needs all the help he can get in this Q1 session, down in 8th.
Yeah, he's having a tough 2026, isn't he? Morbidelli, the 31-year-old Italian. He has scored points in all 7 Grand Prix so far this year, but only a pair of top 10s. His season best came in the opening Grand Prix in 8th place in Burra, which will feel like an awful long time ago for Frankie. He was 3rd though in the sprint here last year for one of only 4 sprint podiums. He actually had a pretty decent weekend here last year, a pair of top 6 finishes for Frankie. As Maverick Vinales glares at the screens, and there's a bit of a a shake of the head there, isn't there, from Top Gun? He's not firing at the moment, down in 10th spot, a 138.469 from Maverick. He's going to have to find at least half a second to give any kind of headaches to his Tech 3 teammate Bastianini at the top of the timesheets.
He said yesterday that his shoulder was a lot easier to manage around a much less physical circuit, even though it is a busy layout. It's not as physical as Mugello, but Vinales clearly still has plenty of problems, be it physical or technical, as Luca Marini now winds up the power on the factory Honda. Alex Rins up behind him and also improving in the first sector. Can Marini finally figure out how to navigate his way through a Q1 session?
Yeah, he needs it. Kota, the only time he's been in Q2 so far this year, through 8. Marini goes, and he's got Alex Rins for company. Rins desperately trying to hang on to the back of the factory Honda. His first attack from Marini was a 37.978, which is not even 300ths of a second away from the top 2, trying to depose his factory Honda colleague Juan Mir out of that top 2, although Mir's just trying to make sure that, well, I'm sorry Luca mate, I'm going to hang on to one of those places inside the top 2. Both Hondas trying to find a way to punt Enea Bastianini outside of that top 2. Lecuona once again really, really good in the first 2 sectors. Marini then starts his attack into split 4. Marini, Lecuona and Mir all currently on very impressive hot fast laps. Out of the final corner, turn 17, then we'll go Marini. Surely this is going to be his best time and potentially the best time of Q1 so far. It is a 137.594 for Marini. That's 4/10 quicker than he managed yesterday. He's in P1 and Q1.
Much closer to the sort of lap times we'd have been expecting before this session began. He's put a quarter of a second into Bastianini, and Mir couldn't match Marini through the third sector. Bagnaia is now halfway around the lap, which is also in touch. This should put Lecuona into the top 2. No, it doesn't. He's lost a crucial third of a second in that final sector, which opens the door for Mir to take second.
He made a big mistake. He ran in way too hot in the turn 15. The final chicane did Lecuona, and that has cost him some crucial time. He stays in P4. What about Bagnaia? Well, he needs a massive lap. He needs a huge lap here. Yellow flags are out in turns 2 and 3. It's not going to be having any impact on this current lap for the Italian. We're going to stay with Bagnaia then. Into the final sector he goes, deep in this final sector now, just one corner. Brad Binder's been on the floor again. He's the only rider that's been on the floor this weekend so far. Turn 2 has caught out Binder. Bagnaia with a view. So 137.443 rockets Bagnaia up into P1. That is some lap time, half a second quicker than anything he was able to manage here yesterday. Pecco Pounce is late on in Q1.
And a crucial moment too, with those yellow flags waving. There's the Viking, you can see, and Brad Binder trudging away in the background. He will be taking no further part in this Q1 session, so he will not improve on 6th place. So of course anyone who just started a lap will have now lost that lap, and this is the reason. Binder tucking the front round turn 2.
Yep, Yank saving those ones, unfortunately. The South African in the dirt once again here. Turn 11 caught him out yesterday. So at best, Brad Binder will be starting the race action in the Grand Prix of Hungary in 16th place. So it's Bagnaia now then and Marini that are in those top 2 positions. Lecuona has been pushed back down to 5th place after that flying lap from Bagnaia. That would still be, look at the scalps that Lecuona could be claiming here though. Binder, Razgatlioglu, Quattararo, Morbidelli, Vinales and Rins of the full-time riders that are directly behind him.
Here comes Quattararo trying to change that, as he really did fling the Yamaha into a 9 and 10. Estimated that he'd move up around 3 places here with this one, which would make him the top Yamaha in this session. But Fabio Quattararo comes to MotoGP weekends with much greater aims than simply being the top Yamaha rider. He's now safely through 12 and 13. The left-hander of 14, where of course he got all out of shape on his previous run. This time though, he's safely through.
Yeah, at the moment he's on course for back-to-back 18th places on the grid. This is just not what we've expected at all, is it, from Fabio Quattararo? He's wringing the neck of that factory Yamaha, taking massive risks, but he just can't get the speed and performance out of that bike. He's up to 5th, but the 137.971 is still over half a second behind Bagnaia's factory Ducati. 15 potentially then on the grid for Quattararo. This is his final flying lap, as you can see on the graphic. Marini at the moment then is still pretty comfortably inside that top 2. He's over a 10th and a half clear of his HRC teammate Juan Mir. There's nothing going on this particular lap as far as Luca goes. Mir also, look at this, Mir's on a pretty good lap here. Mir may well be threatening Marini's spot in P2. No.
Third sector's gone away for the 2020 world champion. I don't think anyone, Bastianini perhaps the only one who's just done his best first sector, who might yet ruin Marini's morning. Mir will need a magic final sector if he's to have anything to say about that. The 2020 champion across the line, it's 37.8. He falls short by a quarter of a second. So it's down to Bastianini and potentially Quartararo to try and deny Marini a second Q2 appearance of the season.
The Beast was 4th on the grid here last year. He's going to be 4th in Q1. Not at the weekend that Anea was expecting at all. Can he try maybe with some late charge? No, I think it's gone. It has gone away for Bastianini in that third sector. Quartararo, though, no, once again in sector 3. It's a PB sector for Fabio, but just nowhere near the kind of pace that he needs. So at best, he'll be 15th on the grid. Lecuona has taken the checker flag. Not able to find a 37 in that session, Lecuona, but a brilliant 38.024. That's got him pretty much at the hot, well, he's mid-pack in that Q1 session, which is more than more respectable. Quartararo then does take the checker flag. It is 5th place. It is 15th on the grid for the Yamaha rider. So it is Jack Miller then who's going to be the lone Yamaha in Q2. Honda will be relieved because they've now got 2 bikes in the second session. Marini goes through in second, and Pecco Bagnaia with a great job. Half a second quicker than he managed yesterday, and a 37.443. Sees Bagnaia move up from 14th yesterday, P1 in Q1.
Yeah, Quartararo did a 37.971, followed by a 37.965. I think he'll come in and take that Yamaha team. That's about as much as I could squeeze out of it on that qualifying lap. Lecuona, as you mentioned, didn't get in the 37s. Binder obviously didn't because he crashed. Toprak will be, I guess, slightly disappointed to only manage 8th in that session, a 138.074. He did a 37.9 in practice yesterday afternoon. So from targeting the top 10, Toprak Razgatlioglu will have to sit and watch his teammate in Q2. He will start 18th for the sprint later.
As mentioned, Kota, the last time we saw Marini going into Q2. Good job that by the Italian. Kota 9th on the grid. Only time we've seen Luca in qualifying inside the top 10 so far this season, but that's a great job by Bagnaia. A pretty uncomfortable ride it looked like as well on that factory Ducati, as we saw him on more than one occasion, sort of stretching out and massaging his left arm, and certainly his left upper arm, as the Bagnaia fans, yeah, they're pumped with Pecco. Brilliant, that's fantastic, superb. That young fan really delighted to see Pecco Bagnaia negotiate what is always a very tricky Q1. So he remains in the game for what will be pole position number 29 in his MotoGP career. I think it's fair to say that young man is a Pecco Bagnaia supporter. 63 caps, 63 t-shirts, 63 flags.
There's already some issues with the, is it the leather specifically, or is it the shoulder? Of course, that's a member of the Alpine Stars team that's there seeing to Pecco Bagnaia. So will a change of leathers remedy the problem for the 2-time world champion?
Well, he got a change of fortunes, that's no question about it, in this morning session. After a rather average Friday, when he was nowhere near fighting for the top spot, he is on top in that opening session here. Q1 then done and dusted. Bagnaia leading the way with a 37.443. Also going through his fellow Italian and his VR46 Academy stablemate Luca Marini, just over a 10th.5, splitting the Italian.
So Bagnaia moves through to qualifying 2. Luca Marini joins him, second Q2 appearance, but the first time he's actually come to Q1 this year, Marini. Mir, his teammate, 3rd, ahead of Bastianini, Quartararo and Ike Lecuona, who has certainly done himself a fair amount of credit this weekend. 16th, he'll start later. Binder crashed for the second time this weekend, which left him 7th. Toprak 8th. Morbidelli 9th. Ahead of Alex Rins. Maverick Vinales, who's at the same time as Rins, 11th. Ahead of Cal Crutchlow in 12th.
Well, Pecco Bagnaia then has found his way through Q1. 37.443. It was pretty comfortable for Italians, Bagnaia and Marini, as they will now be in the hunt for pole here in Hungary. Can Marc Marquez make it back-to-back pole positions here at Balaton Park? Join us next live before a cracking qualifying session here in the Grand Prix of Hungary. Welcome back to Balaton Park. Welcome back to Hungary. Welcome back to the start of our Sprint Saturday coverage in round 8 of this year's MotoGP World Championship. Coming up next live ahead of this afternoon's 13-lap Tissot Sprint is Q2 in MotoGP. Who's going to be on our pole position number 8 under gloriously sunny skies. It's a beautiful morning here at Balaton Park. Our second visit, of course, to this tight and twisty circuit. Opened back in 2023. We're about 80 kilometres southwest of the capital city of Budapest, where the Hungarian fans are eager to see if Marc Marquez can make it back-to-back pole positions here at Balaton. If he does so, he will be a 76th of his MotoGP career, and he's got a great chance of doing it because the reigning world champion has been fastest so far this weekend in FP1 and in FP2. The only rider so far this weekend who's beaten Marc Marquez to the top spot in the practice session was Pedro Acosta. Well, this time last week, Jorge Martin on screens was able to put the factory Aprilia on the front row for the very first time. He'd love to make it back-to-back front rows. It was another double podium last time out for Martin. 4 double podiums in the last 6 Grand Prix. That's why he sits just 17 points behind world championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. Pedro Acosta has looked in fantastic form so far this weekend. He is still the only rider so far here in the 2026 edition of the Grand Prix of Hungary to find a lap in the 1:36s. That put Pedro on top of the pile in practice yesterday. 12 of the fastest riders in the world ready now to tussle it out for pole position. Pecco Bagnaia and Luca Marini have both just come through Q1. Does a second pole in the last 3 Grand Prix beckon for Pedro Acosta. Front row start so far this year in Austin and a pole position in Catalonia. One of only 5 pole positions that KTM have taken in MotoGP. But this kid, no question about it, has the potential to make it pole number 6 for the Austrian brand in Q2 coming up next.
It is going to be a KTM on pole position. It's all on Pedro Acosta, Enea Bastianini, Maverick Vinales and Brad Binder all eliminated in qualifying 1. It was Pecco Bagnaia and Luca Marini who advanced, as you saw, out of qualifying 1 to join the top 10 from yesterday. Marco Bezzecchi has got a much more successful front row record this season. As you can see, 71% of the time he's been on the front row of the grid. Feels like Sector 3 is going to be the key to Bezzecchi's hopes for a front row start here this time, though. That has been his kryptonite all weekend. He's been losing generally 2 or 3 tenths in that particular part of the lap. If you can't figure that out, then surely it's a tall order for Bez to be on pole in Balaton.
Bez was on the front row of the grid here last year, and so too was the rider we're looking at on screens. In fact, it was a Marquez Bezzecchi 1-2 on the grid here when we came at the back end of the summer in late August. Ralph Fernandez, well, he looks in brilliant form so far this weekend. Friday was only the 3rd Friday in his MotoGP career. This is start number 86. But he's ended practice inside the top 3. Qatar 2023, and most recently before yesterday, Phillip Island back in 2025. We know what happened the last time he did it. He went on to dominate the Australian Grand Prix. Some pockets of Ralph Fernandez fans in the grandstand as well, on the new liveried and now newly named Superfile Trackhouse MotoGP. Pretty both Trackhouse riders pretty comfortably getting through to Q2 yesterday. Fernandez 3rd and his teammate Ayagura 5th quickest.
Looking to go like lightning in this Q2 session as they chase the front row of the grid. Another rider who's been very accustomed to front rows this year and was on the front row here last year, even if on the Sunday he didn't ultimately start from there, is Fabio Di Gianantonio, and he was right in the mix up inside the top 3 in this morning's FP2 session as well. Di Gianantonio, such a good record so far this season in qualifying. 3 front row starts, 2 of which were pole positions, and surely he's not going to be a million miles away from there here either. Potentially he and Marc Marquez the best bets for Ducati.
He does not have too many weaknesses on that factory Aprilia right now, Jorge Martin, but maybe one of them, maybe just that small chink in his armour in 2026 as he goes toe-to-toe with Marco Bezzecchi in the World Championship. Has been qualifying, he did admit yesterday, just still missing that little bit of confidence, just that edge to really push himself to the ragged edge although he was on the front row, of course, qualified third last weekend in Mugello. That was a platform for him to secure a pair of second places, beaten by two Aprilias on that occasion, of course. Raul Fernandez prevailing for the first time in the sprint 1 week ago. And then he had nothing for his teammate Bez in the Grand Prix of Italy. Emotional scenes, special scenes on a memorable weekend in Mugello for Aprilia. We've seen, though, Pedro Acosta and Marc Marquez super strong already so far this weekend.
Yeah, a little bit loose there as he was trying to get his Ducati stopped even on the outlap into turn 5. We've seen Marc following Pecco as recently as Mugello last weekend. This time it's Pecco right behind Marc as they get set for this first official time lap of qualifying to Pecco, I guess, potentially up against it, having already used a tyre in qualifying 1. But a lot of his hard work already done, of course, having been 14th yesterday.
What is not up for debate here in Balaton is this is a very tight and twisty layout, just measuring over 4 kilometres in length. Not easy to overtake, but boy, Martin showed you can do it, you can be aggressive. He came from 16th to 4th in last year's Grand Prix. So whatever happens this morning, he's going to be qualifying a fair few places higher up the grid, making life a little bit easier for the Martinator in the sprint and Grand Prix to come, as we follow then the lead pack through this final sector. Got some nice heat in those Michelin tyres now. Now it is fully flaked, time attack mode well and truly engaged. Pedro Acosta then is the only rider so far this weekend that has been in the 136s. Oh, Marc Marquez, well, pushing on that newly resurfaced part of Balaton Park. Sorry, I think, is it Digi? I think Digi's gone down. Well, in quick succession then, Marc Marquez was down, and Fabio Di Gianantonio directly behind him, the rider third in the World Championship as they trail break then into the first corner. In the space of, what, 2 seconds, Marc Marquez and Fabio Di Gianantonio, 2 big Ducati hopes of pole here in Q2, are on the floor at the first corner.
The 2 biggest Ducati hopes for pole position, I'd say, Marc Marquez and Fabio Di Gianantonio. I don't think Di Gianantonio will have to worry about any yellow flags waving because he was right behind Marc Marquez. He'd barely come to a rest, had he, Marc, before we already saw Di Gianantonio tumbling into the same piece of racetrack. And we talked all weekend, didn't we, about this slick turn 1. And it was too slick for Marc Marquez on that occasion.
It really was. Nothing he could do about that. He kept his hand on the clutch, kept that Ducati running. But that just went so early, didn't it, for Marc? Front end washing out from underneath him, and then further into the corner. Don't see that very often, do you, at all? Fabio Di Gianantonio, almost like a sympathy crash behind Marc Marquez. That did happen with Didier and Bezzecchi, didn't it, in Barcelona last year, when they crashed very, very quickly in succession in the main Grand Prix. So early drama then here in this Balaton Q2 session. Marc Marquez on pole here last year has crashed out on his first flying lap at the very first corner. So too has Fabio Di Gianantonio. So our first reference lap time is going to be fired in by Pedro Acosta. It's a 1:37.419, which immediately has put him over 3/10 clear of anybody else on circuit.
Bezzecchi only a 38.1. He was in touch with Acosta in the 3rd sector, but had a poor 4th sector. So Marc Marquez has remounted, has kept it on the racetrack, hasn't decided to pit, nor has Di Gianantonio. So clearly very little damage, if any, done in what is a very slow speed crash at around about 60 kilometres an hour into turn 1. So Bezzecchi, in fact, he had the yellow flags in front of him, so his lap time has been scrubbed off anyway. So Bezzecchi, it's immaterial now whether he lost time in that 4th sector.
Acosta's not messing around at all. This time already quicker than Bagnai's best in Q1, which was also a 1:37.4, but a 44.3. So Acosta then has already set the fastest time on this sprint Saturday so far, and it's going to get better. Bezzecchi also looking good. Sector 3, though, is where he's had his woes so far this weekend. A Sector 3, which he's now tackling. Acosta on the money, though, once again. Pole position recently in Catalonia, looking for his 2nd pole in the last 3 Grand Prix.
It's Bagnaia up ahead of Pedro Acosta. Bagnaia is also improving at the moment on what is already 2nd place. So Bezzecchi, who's now entering the 4th sector, he shouldn't get tripped up, nor should Acosta. Acosta still a 1/4 second up at the 3rd checkpoint. What about Marco Bezzecchi? How much time has he been, I'm told? He's lost 1/2 second relative to Pedro.
Acosta then up by a 1/4 second. He's already in control of this Q2 section. He's about to keep an iron grip on it right now, isn't he, as well? Out of the final corner he goes. Over the line he goes. A 1:37.228 as Jorge Martin there, just at the top of your picture, middle of your picture, goes up in the second on course of back-to-back front rows on the factory of Prilly. But at the moment, Acosta is just in cruise control. He was 4/10 clear of the field at the end of practice yesterday. He's 4/10 clear of the field in Q2 this morning. Your front row as it stands right now is Acosta, Martin and Bagnaia. The Gian Antonio, after his early spill on his first flying lap at the first corner, not a bad salvage job that by Digi. He's picked up that VR46 Ducati and pinged it to a 37.758. So when he's upright on that bike, Digi, he's pretty fast.
Marc Marquez has got a lap on the board, but it's only 11th on a 38.7. The only rider who's gone faster than that 1:37.228 from Pedro Acosta in Q2 was Pedro Acosta himself yesterday when he did a 36.8 in practice. Is Fermin Aldeguer going to move himself onto the front row of the grid? If he has a good final sector, he should do, and he does indeed go second. Small Spanish front row, Acosta, Aldeguer now, and Jorge Martin.
His excellent start to an injury-ravaged 2026 has been rewarded, hasn't it, Fermin Aldeguer? There's been some nice new shiny parts emerging from Borgo Panigale. First time this weekend he's on the 2026 factory Ducati chassis, and he is making it work. He was brilliant throughout Friday. He was a contender for the top three this morning, Aldeguer, and now second place. Of course, for his first front row since Mandalika. And we know what happened on that occasion, because he really had to tough it out with Pedro Acosta for his debut victory. Those are your top two in this session. We're looking at Marc Marquez. This is going to give us a bit more of a gauge of where Marc is at, of course. His first time lap, you can see the scuff marks, the scrapes on the right-hand side of his Ducati bodywork, was just a confidence rebuilding lap. And straight away, on the money, a 1:37.467 puts Marc second. Ralph Fernandez jumps back onto the front row once again. He was second on the Grid Mugello last weekend. He's figured out that time attack on the RSGP.
Gian Antonio has pitted, so he won't be improving on a 37.7. He was on personal best, but is now on his way out pit lane. If Pedro Acosta converts this into a second pole position in 3 Grand Prix, he's going to want to fold that third sector of Balton Park up and carry it around the world with him to every other racetrack he goes to, because he is in a completely different league to the other 11 riders through that sector.
Marco Bezzecchi in the World Championship League. He's got a bit of work to do in what's going to be his second stint coming up shortly. Yeah, a bit of a shake of the head there from Bez. I mean, position not great, and lap time is what's going to be concerning him. A 37.774 has put him P8, but he's over half a second behind Pedro Acosta. Let's have a listen on board with Digia then. Just out of your picture there, just directly ahead of him, Marc Marquez had already gone down the road. You can just see there, briefly in the right-hand corner of your picture, Marc Marquez already picking up his factory Ducati. So it almost was like a sympathy crash, wasn't it, for Fabio Di Gianantonio? Those two second and seventh, respectively. Bezzecchi's about a 10th slower than Jorge Martin at the moment. He's a couple of tenths behind Ralph Fernandez. Oh, look at that chatter. You can see that front just started pumping, and not even the great escaper Marc Marquez can pull off another super save.
As always, very reluctant to let go of it, wasn't he? Because the incentive, of course, of keeping the engine in means you're able to rejoin the session. If you lose the engine, then of course you lose time and also have to take that bike over to the service road.
Fred and Samani out there. You can see he was stretching his fingers out. Where's the clutch? Where's the clutch? He eventually did manage to grab it, and that's what kept that engine running. Of course, with the new regulation this year, if you crash and your engine does stop, well, you have to push it behind a trackside barrier before you are allowed to legally restart. So once again, great presence of mind from all the riders on the grid. But that was a great replay there, as you could see Marc just feeding his way for where the clutch was. Thankfully for him, and thankfully for the factory Ducati team, he was able to grab it and recover to finish, or put in a second place lap. So Acosta by just under a quarter of a second. Pole positions for KTM in MotoGP, well, they have been few and far between. This is their 178th Grand Prix, and there's only been 5 times a KTM rider has led the field away. It's in the hands of Acosta. This is in his hands. He has been so good all weekend here. Is he going to find the second 36 of the weekend? Doesn't need it, does he, really?
Moreira again with the tactical genius, I guess you can call it, to head out picking the fastest rider. Who should I follow around Mugello? I'll follow an Italian. Who should I follow around Balaton Park? Probably Pedro Acosta.
Fabio the Gian Antonio started last weekend's Mugello Grand Prix in 7th place, currently sits in 7th. He was able to fight his way through to a pair of top 5s. He came charging through to 3rd place in the sprint. He'll want to be minimum, you think, at least 1 row higher up on that 2nd row, which currently features Aldeguer, Martin and Bagnaia. Bagnaia doing a solid job having come through Q1, although he's about 3/10 slower on an opening run compared to his best pace in that first qualifying session. Good first sector, as you can see from the Gian Antonio, potentially firing him onto that 2nd row.
This is Martin with Miller for company. Miller was behind him on the first run, but it didn't really benefit the Aussie. He's back in 12, but they are both up behind the Acosta train, which has Diogo Moreira firmly in it. Gian Antonio with the best first sector, best for him, and a good second sector too. Bezzecchi also strong through the first part of the lap, but that's not really his problem.
Needs a decent, well, he needs more than a decent lap here, doesn't he, Bezzecchi, as Acosta once again is rapid through the first split. Bezzecchi, 8th place at the moment, over half a second away from the provisional pole. Jorge Martin stringing together yet another strong lap. Well, Acosta's now in sector 3, where he has destroyed the field. He's already up by 10th here. We're tracking Bez, and for very good reason. And this is him now through the 12 and 13 flip-flop.
How much does he lose then through this 3rd sector? He's 0.14 up. He loses another 0.2 of a second. Far, far too much for Marco Bezzecchi. Gian Antonio up onto the front row of the grid in 2nd place. Bagnaia's gained time, and Bezzecchi once again has made another key mistake. Pressure building on the championship leader now.
Mistake into that final chicane on the brakes into turn 15. Acosta is threatening another 36 here. He has been supreme once again in the 3rd split. Completely untouchable is in that part of this Balaton Park circuit, and it is another 36. Not quite the best time of the weekend so far from Acosta. It's another one, 36.8, but he demolished the field on Friday yesterday by over 4/10. And this is a demolition job at the moment. He's hoped now over half a second clear of the Gian Antonio. Bit of a head shake there as he squeezed a handful of gas for Fermin Aldeguer, who's back up into 2nd place. Top job this by the Grazzini Racing rider. So Acosta on pole, Aldeguer 2nd, the Gian Antonio 3rd. Marc Marquez now then heads row 2.
This is barely a contest at the moment. Yes, Gian Antonio is up halfway round, but it's in the 2nd half of the lap where Pedro Acosta is just marmalising the opposition. He is the only rider this weekend to set a 36, and he's now set more than one of them. Gian Antonio's into the heart of turns 12 and 13. We'll get our answer out of 14 as to whether he's been able to keep himself anywhere near in play with Acosta through sector 3. The answer is a firm no.
Marc Marquez and Bezzecchi desperately trying to find themselves close to, and if not on, that front row of the grid. Been a superb 3rd split from the reigning world champion. Now we pick him up then into this final chicane. This is going to be tight. This will be close. A 1:36.888. Currently has Pedro Acosta on course of pole position, but of course he does. Marc Marquez with a sucker punch, a 1:36.791. Briefly has put him on pole position because Acosta is not finished. Acosta then pushed back down to 2nd. Those two, of course, had a brilliant fight for the top 6 in Mugello last weekend. What's Acosta's response? Over the line he goes. It's not good enough. Marc Marquez on course then for back-to-back poles here in Balaton with a brilliant 1:36.791.
And that'll annoy Pedro Acosta. As I said a moment ago, it wasn't a contest. Marc Marquez certainly up for the fight after crashing at the start of the session. What a response from the reigning world champion. He said, didn't he, yesterday, 1 lap isn't the problem. 1 lap's certainly not a problem for Marc Marquez this morning.
He's already had 75 MotoGP poles, 103 in his Grand Prix career. This is a Marc Marquez that isn't at this phase of his recovery from yet more right shoulder surgery.
Acosta's rolled off, Matt.
Getting
Acosta
him faster.
Him.
Look at this by Marc Marquez. Doesn't need this pace because Acosta isn't going to be on pole here in Balaton Park. Top job by Fermin Aldeguer, who looks like he's going to be on the front row for the first time in 2026. Look how hard Marc was pushing in at 12 and 13. How much does he want this pole?
Crucially for the World Championship, Bezzecchi's gone 6th, so he's now a couple of places ahead of Jorge Martin. So we've got a prettier 6th, 7th, 8th and 10th, with Ayagura down in 10th place. Once again, he hasn't maximised qualifying, but Marc Marquez most certainly has. The dominant world champion in Balaton here last year. It's another 136.785, just to put the exclamation mark on pole position in Hungary.
It is more Marc Marquez brilliance at the Balaton Park circuit here in Hungary. 2 sensational late 136.7s. Back-to-back 36.7s have seen Marc Marquez take back-to-back pole positions here in the Grand Prix of Hungary. It was tight at the top. It looks like this could be just a straight showdown for the wins between Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta, because they've got a huge buffer back to Fermin Aldeguer, who is on the front row of the grid for the first time since the Indonesian Grand Prix last year. You just cannot discount, can you, the 33-year-old Spaniard, who does then secure pole position number 76. That is not a contest in the all-time battle for the most MotoGP poles, is it? Mick doing the next best on 58. Marc Marquez then now has 18 more poles than the Australian legend, and that was absolutely brilliant. Fastest in FP1, fastest in FP2, and that crucially fastest in Q2 is Marc Marquez. He does deny Pedro Acosta what at one stage looked like a nailed on just what, a third pole position of Pedro Acosta's career, a 36.785. More magic from Marc Marquez. How does he keep doing it? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Tardozzi with Jack.
Davide, that is seriously impressive. Pole position for Marc, despite being nowhere near 100% fit. You guys are still in the game.
Yeah, but we know that one lap is not a problem, while the race is another story, because he's still in trouble with his body, so we still need some time to recover it.
To remind himself, the team, and more importantly, everybody else, how much of a message does that send?
Everybody knows already who's Marc Marquez, so we just need to wait that his body can allow him to make the races that he's used to do.
Great job, well done.
He said yesterday, the speed is there. Not half. The speed has never gone away, has it? It is just the lack of his physical edge, the full fitness, which is the only ingredient really missing from Marc Marquez. That was a special pole time. His second pole of the season. He was top qualifier, of course, at the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez. Acosta has to settle for second. We saw him out of shape as he was pushing for that pole late on at turn 5. Aldeguer there. That is just the second front row start for Fermin Aldeguer. Gian Antonio will head row 2 ahead of Bagnaia and world champion leader Bezzecchi. Ralph Fernandez was on the front row at one stage in that session. He heads row 3 ahead of Martin and Marini. Agura 10th, Moreira 11th. Jack Miller in 12th place with a 1:38.241. Spare thought for Fabio Quartararo. Quartararo did a 1:37.965 in Q1, which would have actually made him the top Yamaha on the grid. Problem for Fabio was he didn't get out of that opening qualifying session. There are the scuff marks. There are the war wounds on the right side of Marc Marquez's body. An early crash at the first corner at turn 1, but he bounces back as he so often does to finish P1 in Q2. Pole position once again in Balaton for the reigning world champion.
Well, he might physically be a work in progress, but the talent and the speed has not gone anywhere for Marc Marquez. And Pedro Acosta knows from just 6 days ago how hard Marc is to overtake, as we saw in Mugello, so a cracking sprint lined up. Marco Bezzecchi wasn't really in the argument, was he, for pole position? A scrappy session, has to be said, for the World Championship leader. You saw the split breakdown there, the second half of the lap. Marco Bezzecchi was nowhere. The first half of the lap was okay, but 0.6 of a second went missing for the points leader. Does start ahead of Jorge Martin on the grid, but it's only back of row 2 for Betz.
Only third time in 8 that he's found himself off the front row of the grid. Twice in the last 3. Great job. Brilliant job. No wonder Ducati are rewarding the emergence this year of Fermin Aldeguer, who just as his femur has recovered, he's been getting stronger and stronger and stronger. He's scored points in all of his 6 Grand Prix starts so far this year, including that second place in Catalonia. He was 6 over the line in last weekend's Italian Grand Prix sprint. Also, showing signs of a turn 1 tumble in that Q2 session is Fabio Di Gianantonio, who finds himself 4th on the grid. That's a 7th second row start of the campaign for Digi. We know how strong he is in terms of his race pace. Mouth-watering prospect though, isn't it? That top 2 on the grid. We've already seen some fireworks from Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta on a sprint Saturday. Go all the way back to our opening sprint of the campaign in Burram last weekend in the Italian Grand Prix. We saw some pretty spectacular and close action between Acosta and Marc Marquez. Of course, those two are going to be paired together in the same box next year. They will be factory Ducati colleagues already, aren't they? Strutting around like a pair of peacocks in Parc Ferme. It should be a belter this afternoon, that sprint in Balaton, just as you want it. The reigning world champion on pole position, and clearly in terms of race pace this weekend, the fastest rider on the grid alongside him, Pedro Acosta, in 2nd.
Good recovery for Pecco Bagnaia, you have to say, this morning from 14th yesterday, and unhappy with some off-throttle near high sides. Got himself through Q1 and up to 5th place on the grid, and slightly more confident stomp up pit lane for Gigi Dall'Igna with Ducati's 1st, 3rd, 4th and 5th on the grid. 3rd for Fermín Aldeguer, first front row of the year for him. He's speaking to Jack.
Well, for me, and ever since that Barcelona podium, things are really starting to come together now. Your first front row of the year, some small tweaks, some more adaptations from Ducati, and clearly you're much closer to the front than you would obviously want to be. Talk us through that session.
Yeah, I think we have to put all together. More kilometers on the bike. I'm recovering the feeling race by race. Also, some improve from the bike thanks to Ducati, and just this. I think this is the best weekend of this 2026 season, with the best feeling. For sure, we are not in the 100%. We have to look, focus what Marc doing because he's super fast. But I think we have pace to fight for the podium, for the top 5. Maybe not to win, but we are there.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, cracking job that by Fermín Aldeguer. The last and only other time he started on the front row of the grid in MotoGP. Well, he got some big prizes. 2nd in the Indonesian sprint, winner of the Indonesian Grand Prix. That was one of the 2 double podiums for Aldeguer in a season that carried him to the Rookie of the Year prize. Pedro Acosta's in the game for potentially his first Grand Prix victory of the season. No question about it. 2nd in qualifying, he's with Jack.
Well, Pedro, it's not the pole position I'm sure you wanted, but you are right in the game this weekend. Every time you and Marc have come together in 2026 so far, we've seen fireworks. We're going to see yet more later on today.
I don't know. At the end, first target to try to battle with him is done, you know, because last year was a big mistake in qualifying. For this, quite happy to don't repeat it. It's true that he will be the man to beat, you know. He won last year the sprint and even the race. For this, he will be tough after showing his pace in FP2.
Great job, well done.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, that's a brilliant job by Pedro Acosta. 8th time he will be starting on the front row of the grid in his MotoGP career. He's not been outside the top 3 at any stage of the weekend so far, and it was close. He wasn't even 600ths of a second away, was it, from pole position. But once again, I mean, it was a very, very Marc Marquez qualifying session, wasn't it? Starting his first flying lap on the floor in the first corner. Fabio Di Gianantonio going down directly behind the 33-year-old. But he picked himself up, dusted himself down. How many times has he done that in his Grand Prix career? And he found a 1:36.785. Back-to-back poles then for the reigning world champion here in Balaton. Let's get it sorted for Jack.
Well, Marc, you started the session on the floor at turn 1, but you picked yourself up, dusted yourself down, and it's pole position. Pedro just said, you're the man to beat. I get the impression you're going to say he's the man to beat. One thing for certain is it looks like we're in for a great duel later.
the man to beat is the one that is starting in pole. This always, and it's normal. But it's true that this morning I tried to be aggressive on the bike. I tried to use a lot of energy. Yesterday I was riding in eco mode, just try to flow, try to save energy. Today I give everything because I knew that the qualifying practice is half a sprint and half a main race. Starting in the pole position will help, but our target at the moment, fight for the victory, will be difficult for all the laps. But let's see if we can fight for the podium. Depends a lot about the start.
Brilliant lap, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant lap indeed. Thanks, Jack. Marc Marquez's last 2 laps in that session were good enough for pole position. There are the scrapes and the battle scars of Balaton's Q2 in 2026, but MotoGP's ultimate fighter, its ultimate battler, was able to pick himself up from this very early crash at the first corner. At that stage, Marc Marquez was probably thinking, no chance of pole position. There's that replay again of him just stretching out those left fingers, trying to grab the clutch to keep that factory Ducati motor running. And when he was upright, he was motoring towards another brilliant pole lap. Tight at the top, not even 600 splitting Marquez and Acosta, but almost 3/10 back to Fermin Aldeguer. An excellent third place on the grid for Aldeguer, for Gresini Ducati. Well, there's scars aplenty on the Ducati bodywork, scars aplenty on the body of the reigning world champion, but once again, fresh out of recent double surgery on an injured right foot and his right shoulder, he delivers something special once again. Look what it means to the factory Ducati team. Are they going to end their long, barren streak in the Grand Prix? Sundays here tomorrow. Last time they were victorious, the Ducati Lomo team. Motegi, September 2025.
MotoGP pole number 76 for Marc Marquez, denying what seemed like a certain pole at parts of Q2 for Pedro Acosta. Fermin Aldeguer on the front row for the first time this year in third. Fabio Di Gianantonio, after his own crash at the start of Q2, took fourth. Bagnaia fifth via Q1. Bezzecchi, the points leader, sixth, ahead of Ralph Fernandez and Jorge Martin. They shared the front row last week, 6th, 7th and 8th this week. Marini 9th from Ogura, Moreira and Jack Miller. Juan Mir missed out in Q1, 13th for him, ahead of Bastianini. Quartararo, very impressive. Lecuona in 16th, ahead of Binder, who crashed in Q1. Toprak 18th, Morbidelli 19th, ahead of Rins, Vinales and Crutchlow. Marco Bezzecchi's lead in the World Championship, 17 points. His lead in the BMW M Award is 4, with Marc Marquez closing in second place with his second pole position of the year. 9 points cover the top 3 today, with Fabio Di Gianantonio gaining ground after qualifying in 4th.
Yeah, and that's the back of the third row, Luca Marini. Only the second time we saw him in the second qualifying session this season. He will lead away the Honda charge with Yogo Moreira a couple of places further back in 11th. Jack Miller top Yamaha going into Sprint Saturday. He is 12th on the grid for Prima Pramac Yamaha MotoGP. But just as he did here last August, Marc Marquez producing more magic. Another brilliant pole lap here in Balaton. The last time he was on pole here in Hungary, well, he went on to complete the win double. Here's more double victory coming the way of the world champion. Marc Marquez on pole here in the Grand Prix of Hungary. We are at Majestic Magello once again. What a moment for Raul Fernandez, 2 wins the Tiso sprint here in Magello. It's his first gold medal after a golden performance by the track house of Aprilia rider. Good afternoon and welcome one and all to the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy. Fernandez goes really wide. Martin trying to pick up some slipstream. He's going to be close enough to attack Bez on the brakes into San Donato. He's got the inside line. Is he going to get it stopped? Because there was a big head shake there from Martin. He's going to run in hot. He's going to run in wide. Got to be careful here.
Marc Marquez is 4th, so it's now Bezzecchi and Bagnaia, an Italian 1-2 at the Italian Grand Prix.
Here comes Bagnaia then through Biondetti 1 and 2. Is he going to be close enough to maybe show his wheel to Bezzecchi on the brakes into the final corner? Can he pick up some slipstream on that factory Ducati?
Here's Bagnaia about to lead the Italian Grand Prix as he goes to the left of Marco Bezzecchi, and Bagnaia does hit the front once again at Magello.
Marc Marquez runs in a little bit hot. Acosta's the fastest rider on circuit. Marc then back up into P4, but Pecco Bagnaia then leads here in front of his home crowd. Acosta just with a bit of a block pass there, eased on the inside of Marc Marquez. Is this finally Acosta?
into Marini and Bagnaia.
Now another red flag. Pecco Bagnaia making his way back to the paddock.
Pray and hope that Joan Zarco is A-OK.
Now third attempt to complete this Catalan Grand Prix. Lights out and racing in here in Montmellis. Another poor start by Fabio Di Gianantonio. Acosta and Martin are going to go toe-to-toe and tough it out on the brakes into the first corner once again. Ralph Fernandez there in third place. Coming in, it is.
Oh, taking him down. One Aprilia takes out another.
So Jorge Martin, after a double win in Le Mans last weekend, now has a double DNF. Di Gianantonio comes from a long, long way back on the inside of Pecco Bagnaia. Digit then up into P3.
Di Gianantonio, if he wants to make his move, he needs to make it soon. Here comes that move, up into second place, past Mir. He's just going to park it on the inside of Pedro Acosta and force him to give the lead up. Acosta's not going to give this up without an almighty fight.
On the cut back goes Acosta. Di Gianantonio's going to have the inside line though going through turn 12. Acosta's of Acosta. Oh, Acosta goes down. But here's Fabio Di Gianantonio wins the shortened Catalan Grand Prix. Drama throughout this afternoon in the top class as Valentino Rossi congratulates his race winner Fabio Di Gianantonio. What a shortened Catalan Grand Prix that was. Lights out, we're racing here in the sprint in the mud. Martin with an absolute show-stopping start. Unbelievable. What a start from Jorge Martin. Martin from 8th to 1st. The keyword, Marquez has dumped it again.
A Saturday afternoon nightmare for the reigning world champion.
I was not constant and arrived at strange crashes, and for that reason also this weekend I was extra careful to try to survive, but yeah, you know, the body is not following what I want and I need to take a rest.
The sprint here is going to finish in phenomenal fashion for Jorge Martin as he takes the checkered flag first. It is a record 18th sprint success for the Martinator. What a ride, what a performance. What lies in store though now ahead of the 2026 edition of the Michelin Grand Prix of France? A full dry 4.19 km Bugatti circuit. No Marquez though on the front row. We wish him a speedy recovery after his big sprint crash yesterday. 27 laps coming your way. Lights out and we're racing here in Le Mans. It's a great start from pole position by Pecco Bagnaia. He goes to the gearbox over the front wheel, comes down the smoke though from Bagnaia. Great start by Marco Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi it is that leads. Acosta's up in second place and Quartararo third. Quartararo on Acosta into turn 6.
Comes Iagura attacking on the inside of Joan Zarco. Bagnaia now attacking Fabio Di Gianantonio. He's running fifth again as Bagnaia takes in. Someone's down in the first gate. I think it's Alex Marquez. Alex Marquez crashed twice here in the Grand Prix last year, and he looks like he's in a bit of pain down at Dunlop. Attacking again.
Pedro Acosta goes on the inside of the Frenchman into the Blue S. Lovely move that by Pedro Acosta. inside of Quattararo on that long run through the first corner. Here comes Becco on the inside, Jordi Acosta into turn 3. Martin sends it on the inside of Didja into turn 7. Has gone down. Sunday disasters continue. What a weekend to forget it has been for the factory, the Ducati team. Bagnaia dumps it out of second place. Martin on the podium. Boy, Martin could win this French Grand Prix. Brilliant work, that tactically superb by Martin. He's second.
Here's Iagura on another fast closing Aprilia.
This is where Agura has been strong. How defensive will Acosta go? Can Acosta do anything? No, he can't. We're going to have an Aprilia 1, 2, 3 here in Le Mans.
And the battle is firmly on now between the two factory Aprilias.
He comes from a long, long way back, and Jorge Martin on the inside of Bezzecchi into turn 3. Quite phenomenal in France here this weekend after a brilliant sprint win from the third row. Jorge Martin wins the French Grand Prix here in Le Mans for the second time in 3 seasons. He completes a dream double. Winner of the sprint, winner of the Grand Prix. What a victory. What a statement for Aprilia, and what a day, what a weekend for the Nawali factory. Aprilia, for the first time in their history, have a 1, 2, 3. Good morning, welcome to Spain, welcome to Jerez. It's lights out and we're racing in the sprint here. Bike is ready for rain conditions.
Toprak has gone down.
Oh, Mark's gone down. The reigning world champion on the deck. Alex Marquez ahead of him had a massive moment on the front. Marc Marquez has crashed in this sprint here from pole position. Yes, Alex Marquez then crashes out of the lead. Here comes Didja into pit lane. Fermin Aldeguer is leading this sprint. Oh, now Bezzecchi, the world championship lead has gone down. This now is a sprint of survival. Marc Marquez is going for the lead. Super aggressive by Marc on the inside of Bagnaia. He powers out the final corner to take victory in a truly sensational sprint here in Spain.